Hello everybody, welcome in. How's it going? How's everybody doing? We're gonna get started in just a minute. We're gonna take some screenshots and stuff to start out. I want to do some funny social media posts, so I'm making a little environment with some of the new floors that I added. Yeah, I'm still working on the flooring stuff. I added in a couple new floor types, also a new wall type. Yeah, it's really coming along. The doors all set up. I got the sounds in for that and stuff. So, yeah, I'm excited for all the new decorations. But yeah, anyways, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm just creating like a little scene to showcase possibilities. Let's do some bunnies over there. Maybe we have a tree inside that has a star on it. I don't know if we really have anything that's sod or star shaped, except the sod star egg is a star. So that works perfectly. Let's go. Yeah, look at this little winter wonderland I have here. Crazy, right? Put some snowmen around. Pretty epic. Yeah, I added in sand and snow. Differently in how the cobblestone and other floors work, they actually slow you down. So, it's not really meant to be used as like a pathway, necessarily. More just decoration. You know, you could like come through here and like put some sand on your shores and stuff. Which I feel like would look pretty cool. Kind of like this. Yeah, anyways. Let's take a screenshot. It is Screenshot Saturday after all. And let's make the window floating. Do not embed. Okay. Did I need to... Okay, no, we're good. Yeah, we'll do this. I also want to put a lot of these changes onto the experimental branch too. I think it's time. And then we're gonna do a little post saying, hey, this stuff is here now. Let's continue our autosave. Alrighty. Then head over to our fun little zone. Go full screen. And something like that. Boom. Was that the game muted? We can... unmute it now. They added some snow sound effects. I wanted to do snow just because it's Christmas time. And it would be appropriate. So, I think it's kind of fun. I drew the Starground guy over here. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I kind of want to clean up my area and make it, like, not stupid anymore. We've got a lot of just garbage everywhere like this. Doesn't do anything. Most of it's just me testing all the new conveyor systems and stuff, but I think those are pretty much done. As far as I know. Everything with that seems pretty stable. There might still be some bugs with that I haven't identified, but, you know, we're probably okay for now. I think everything's good in here. Well, we got a bunch of this crap over here. Don't really need these everywhere. That. I can leave the floors because they don't matter. Get rid of that garbage. And I think we may be good. Yeah. Alright, so... we took that screenshot. Let's go make an epic blue sky post, guys. Let's go find where it is. Can you put multiple images up on blue sky and stuff? Like, does that work? I mean, I imagine you can. Let's do, like, an area where we can do a little beach scene. Just for fun. We got our buildings over there. Sure, right over here. Place down all of the sand. There's also a new item in the game now, stone dust. It's how you can place down sand, but it's also going to be used for more advanced concrete recipes and stuff like that. So... yeah, what else do we want to put here? We could put a little stone house in the corner. Oh, that's very interesting. No object size. On building data. Ooh. Wonder what object that was. What is I? Doesn't really say. Ah, I see. Is this because the stone walls don't have an ID set properly? So I just have to let's break the walls first. So the game doesn't crash. I just have to set an ID on the walls. Yeah, I also did the sound effects for the funny door, so it's working pretty well. Let's make this one carpet. Why not? What do we want to put in here? Put some plants in the corner. Maybe a little monument room. I actually built that perfect. Awesome. Oh yeah, we need to do a another monument for the cat boss. I forgot. Then let's just take a screenshot. Let's hold the shovel. Whichever, there it is. Boom. Alright. So, let's go into the Starground folder. Screenshots. And it should be somewhere. It's those two. Boom. Put them in. Can I reorder them? I want that one to be first. Starground screenshots. There we go. Is it Screenshot Saturday? Is the one? I don't really know. Is Screenshot Saturday on Blue Sky? Seems to be. Alright. Tons of new decorations just in time for the holidays. Game dev. And what else? It's another funny tag. Hey, Willow's Wanders, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What is going on? Yeah, welcome in, everybody. What were you up to today on your stream? We're just doing some posts on Blue Sky really quick. Then we're gonna go back to, you know, actual development. Oh, we're playing old types of things? Ah, nice, nice, yeah. Ended with the roots of Pacha. Pacha? Interesting. Farming sim, I presume. Yeah. This looks pretty epic. Always like a good Stardew like, or not really. It's what's the original game, Harvest Moon or something. But yeah, anyways, pretty cool though. They're on demand. I play it. Yeah. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, we've been just you can ride prehistoric animals. That's awesome. Yeah, I saw there's like some mammoths. Oh yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Well, that's just an ostrich, I think, but yeah, that's pretty cool though. So it's like a farming sim, but caveman times. That's cool. The Stone Age. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, the mammoths. Epic. Yeah, anyways, we've been just working on Starground. We're just doing these social media posts really quick. Then we're going to continue developing. No combat in it though, which is surprising. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, usually games like that have some kind of like combat in the mines, especially obviously with Stardew and stuff. So that's quite interesting. How's Starground come along? It's going really good. I'll show you guys what we've been working on. We've got some new buildable floorings and stuff you can put down. It's gonna be really nice to actually be able to make structures and like decorate your factory. So I think it's gonna be a whole new like branch of things that people can do. Kind of like, you know, in Minecraft people love to build, so I am one of them. I think it's gonna be really fun to be able to make stuff in here too. And I wanted to say on this, like, well, I don't know. Usually it's always good with social media posts to like ask a question for engagement, you know? Kinds of decorations you see added. Tons of new decorations. That times we see added. Sure, that's good enough. Okay. Boom. And then we're gonna make the exact same post over here. I don't really use X ever. I mean, I don't really use Blue Sky ever either. But, I don't know. Recently I've been doing more social media posts. Because why not? It's always good to take advantage of these specific, it is Saturday, right? Yeah. It's always good to take advantage of these hashtags like this, Screenshot Saturday and stuff. Because it's just free. Why not, you know, get included in all the rankings? Boom. Now we wait and see what happens. Anyways. Yeah, we've been just working on all these new flooring types. You can plop down planks and stuff, and we just deleted the Starground, right? It's okay. But it's been really fun. I've had a good time designing all the different patterns and stuff for these. They're really not that hard to add into the game, so I've already added a bunch. But yeah, you get to build stuff now. Floor types, and then also on top of that we've been doing like doors that you can open and stuff. We've got walls that also auto tile like this. And then you got like other types of walls and stuff. But yeah, I think it'll be fun. Let's put this guy down here. So bad at building Minecraft. Yeah, I do really enjoy the crate mod though. Yeah, crate mod is really fun. I've always really enjoyed that mod. I think it's probably one of the like best Minecraft mods in my opinion. I mean, obviously there's some that are really awesome and kind of iconic. Stuff like Industrial Craft I always really enjoy, but I don't think any other mod quite fits as well as something like Create. It just has a very vanilla vibe, which is always kind of nice, honestly, so. Oh, that's actually a bug. For some reason I'm not colliding with the door. Okay, so we gotta fix that. I'm not sure why that's doing that. It's a little funny. It might be because the collision shapes are actually linked up. But actually, I don't think that matters, because it's not modifying this one. That's already local. Very strange. I don't know why that's happening. Yeah, thank you for those raid. Yeah, no problem at all. Is this game like Factorio? Yeah, it's a automation and dungeon crawler. Just thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But you build factories, conveyor belts, all that kind of stuff. There's multiple different other planets you can go to. This is Opus. Just messing with tiles here. I don't really have anything built here because it's just like a test save, but then you've got Tyria. This is Underwater. Again, just testing all of the... Oh, it's not that... There's nothing wrong with the door. I forgot I'm just in no-clip mode. I was like... Okay, so everything's fine. I can also just phase through walls. But yeah, we got nuclear power over here. I think this is out of uranium. Can just give myself some uranium. Boom. Yeah, it's been fun working on this. Yeah, I'm just doing a bunch of decoration stuff right now. But there's a couple other things I want to do today. Got sort of a list over here of things I want to get done. I do want to add another door in here. I want to have at least 2 doors. I think one's like a wooden door, more of like a house door. And then I want one to be more industrial looking for like a factory, right? So we're gonna do that. Am I live? I am live. Yes. Welcome in. How's it going? Alive. Yeah, that's crazy. How's it going, Boston? Yeah, I'm excited for all the new stuff. I do want to put more decorations and stuff in, because I think it'd be fun. I want to do more like, I don't know, I need to, if anybody has ideas for just decoration, stuff like the plants, just stuff that you just place just for visuals, let me know. Because I want to do sort of some more like house decorations, maybe like a couch and stuff. And then possibly do like, oh, I don't know. Do some more like factory kind of stuff, I imagine would be nice. Industrial looking things. So, probably work on that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's been 23 minutes. Think you should take a break in Wordle? Oh shoot, that's true. Sunflowers, that could be fun. Yeah, butterflies. There actually are butterflies in the game already. Or are they? Sometimes you see them fly. Here's one. They're just little guys that float around on Viridian. Yeah, willow trees, sunflowers. Those could all be pretty neat. Yeah, it would be nice to have sort of a mix of both plants and furniture too. So I'm just gonna make another list over here in Obsidian. We're just gonna say decoration ideas. Snowman, we already have snowmen in the game from last year, actually. So they fit in right here. Many snowmen. Yeah, last year I did a couple different Christmas things. We got presents, and then you can decorate your Christmas tree with copper wire. But yeah. Should add more? Yeah, I definitely would like to add some more. Just don't know what else. What other Christmas vibe decorations are there? Christmas decorations. Like a wreath? Stocking? Those are all like wall mounted. It's gonna have to be something probably on the ground. Santa Claus in the game? I have not added Santa Claus, no. I don't know what he would do, but could be kind of epic. I do have a couple Christmas themed food items, like in the oven. I think I have candy canes and cookies. Give you one free item every hour, yeah. Good. But I do really like the idea of sunflowers. Sunflowers. Willow trees, maybe. I'm not sure if I want to do like buildable trees like that yet or not. Maybe. Well, I guess I technically already did with the Christmas tree, but it's a little different since it has like lights and it's decorated. So, well, I guess we could do other kinds of trees. It'd probably be all right. Pine, willow, etc. Oh yeah, the little dog in Satisfactory, like the what's that species called? Or it's something like dog, lizard dog, log. Yeah, factory lizard dog. Okay, it's literally just called lizard doggo. But yeah, this guy. I would like to add in Gearbert as like a guy that you can build, or like a pet. I think it would be really fun to be able to collect and acquire pets. But I don't know. I mean, definitely would be cool, but also I don't want to run into feature creep. Something like that would be a little more complicated to add probably, so I may wait on that kind of stuff. And these lamps? No, these are power poles to distribute your electricity. They're Tesla coils. So, I needed to figure out, because obviously electricity is transmitted wirelessly, so if there are Tesla coils, it makes sense, because they zap the electricity to the buildings. So... That's bad. No. But yeah, let's see. So let's do the other door. It should be really easy. And now that I've got like the position of this one figured out and stuff, like the rotations and everything. It's funny that you can probably make them overlap. Like, it's just a mess. Unfortunately, doors allow for the classic thing in Minecraft where you can just plop a door down and then go... And it's super annoying, but it's fine. Fish tank, that could be pretty cool. It is something I've been thinking about doing, because there are fish in the game that you can fish up, right? So it'd be cool if you could kind of like display them somehow. I mean, technically there is a display stand, so you could, you know, put a fish on top of there like that. But a fish tank would be pretty neat. It had to be large though, if you actually want to be able to see the fish in it. So I don't know, it might be tricky. But well, we don't have to make the fish real. They can just be little sprites or something. Gotta find Nemo. There is clownfish. There he is. But yeah, fish tank would be neat. I can write that down. Fish tank. So yeah, let's do an industrial, like, factory door now. We'll just go open up the wooden door. Yeah, a few pigs moving around suffice. Yeah. Pet birds could do that. Any kind of creature that's like static like that or in a cage probably would be easier. I don't know if the bird would be in a cage or not. I don't know. Just depends. Yeah, pets are, that's a whole thing. It would be really cool. But I think that's like kind of definitely the thing I would do after Starground's already released, and then like actually do pets that are cool. Like, I'd like people to be able to select a pet that follows them around. You know? I just think it would be fun. Maybe you can unlock them in a dungeon or something like that. Maybe somewhere you build, some you unlock. You have to research it or something. I don't know. Let's see, what am I looking for? Wooden door. So this is all the sprites here. Just say discard the autosave and open the main file. Need a fridge with energy drinks? Yeah, tons of Mountain Dew. Pretty epic. So the only thing that I've left out on this door that I actually need to fix is that there's no knob on the side door. So we're gonna do that right now. And just put it like right there. And I was thinking about maybe changing this shiny mark to be white. So it pops a little more. Probably be fine. Okay, then we're just gonna duplicate it for the other side. So we got those guys. And then we need to do that over here as well. And I'm trying to think like where these would be. Let's see. I mean, probably definitely higher up than that one because the door is closed. But they are on the right side, so we could do it like right there or something. Probably be fine. Would probably be good. I mean, unless I just want to do it. Technically, it should just be at the same position as these, I guess. Could drag them down. But I guess it would be like at least a pixel higher because there's the frame. This door is not positionally down here, it's up 4 pixels, so... Let's just do it by 3 pixels, and that should be good. Alright, so I think this door is fixed now. Let's resave it. And then we also need to add these knobs onto the other one. Right here. Because we've got the, close that guy now. I need to close all my credit tabs, it's getting a little silly. This one, and then this one needs it. I don't know what position, though. Let's go look what it was. So from the top black pixel and from that line, it's 7. So from there, 7. So this needs to go up 3 pixels. And that should be good. Alright, resave that. That one's fine. Okay, so let's close all this other stuff because it's really, annoying. I have way too many things open. You can see how many... Oh my god. That's a lot. We're just gonna go through and close everything. I don't need this guy open. This can close. This can also go away. I think I was just making the vending machine thumbnail thing. Yeah, that. This can go away. You get ready for the crash. Well, hopefully this stops it from crashing. We'll see, we'll see. It's just an icon. Blue carpet. Close that one. That's the actual blue carpet. It's already in the game, so just close it. Don't need that open. Close that. Planks. This is the Christmas thing that we did. Let's just close that. Don't think we're going to be changing it. There's a funny little guy. Get out of here. Cobblestone. 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 There's our template. We already have that saved. So this one, actually, I'm probably going to wait on this because I want to keep the borders. Well, I'm just going to save it to my desktop. But now close it. Get rid of that guy. That can go away. This can go away. And this can go away. This can go away. This is when I made the door tiny before, but it was too thin and it looked weird because there's no frame, so we're gonna get rid of it. The door we have now, I think, is better. Okay, we've closed a lot of the stuff. Thank God. Can you change your look in the game? Yeah, you can change it in the main menu. There's a customization screen. I would like something that's actually in-game, because it would just be kind of cool. So maybe it would be cool to have that. It's just tricky, though, because if you change your skin, I have to, like, update that. Which I guess wouldn't be too bad. It's probably doable. Don't think we need this anymore. The sand, we already have that in game. Snow preview. I totally didn't steal the texture. I mean, it's not like I stole it, it's my texture, but you know. Okay, so the door, let's make sure that's all saved and stuff. Alright, so now we're just gonna turn this into an industrial door. So there's really not a whole lot of changes we're gonna make here. But I just want to make it look flat and simple. It's basically get rid of all the charm. I just want something that would look like more of a door you would actually, like, you know, use in a factory. So we're going to change sort of the shape of the handle and stuff. You know, to be one of those, like, you know, the ones. Industrial door handle. Alright. Change these to be like that. I don't know, what color should the door be? Maybe blue? I'm not sure. Now let's see here. This needs to be like that, I think. Let's just copy this segment. Something like that, up by 3. I can't remember where I line this up, like... Okay, so that's the top of the door. And it's 2 away from the edge. Maybe we make it a little longer like that. So it's 1 away. So now we just do that. Okay. Good evening. Welcome in, Ryan. How's it going? What are you up to? Alright, now you got a regular old door. So I think we're gonna make the frame metal. Probably a pretty bright color here, I imagine. Let's do this. Control. I'm thinking maybe we do blue for the door. I don't know why blue speaks to me for the door frame, but for some reason it just kind of makes sense. Or not blue for the door frame, but you know. Maybe like a dark blue. Well, everything in the factory is orange, right? So maybe we do orange. It'd fit the vibe. Yeah. I just want to have this as an option for people that... Obviously, it feels a little odd to have like a regular wooden door in your factory, so... I think it's good to have this alternate option. God, I can't talk. Well, I realize this should probably be too deep. Same here. Vibe drawing, yeah. Oh, also this needs to be changed. Boom. Alright. I think that is everything, right? Just checking the positions of these handles, so... This one is up 1, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure that's how it was on the other doors, so... We're probably okay. Now what we're gonna do is just copy this, paste it onto this guy, and let's just call it industrial door. Vertical preview. Wherever that one is, here it is. Save as industrial door. Oops. Industrial door. Horizontal preview. And lastly, industrial door. Okay. So let's add it into the game. And let's make the game embedded again. Alright, so we're going to copy the wooden door. Duplicate industrial door. So now we got this guy. Okay, we're gonna swap out the texture for industrial door. Change the ID here, building. Industrial door. Otherwise, I think everything else is the exact same, so should be good to go. It'll save whether it's... Doesn't actually save whether it's open or not. I guess I could save that. Open. So I'm gonna have to... Yeah, it should be fine then, because I don't change open. Should be okay. So now it'll save that. We also have to do that inside of the wooden door. Open. Alrighty. And I think this one's just gonna be made out of metal. Iron. We are gonna copy this guy. Starground. Building. Industrial door. Industrial door. Keep building door. Object size. Sprite offset should be the exact same. Now we can say industrial door. Boom. 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 And let's make this out of iron ingot and copper ingot. And I think we're good to go. Alright. Right now it does the same sounds. I might change them to be more metallic one day, but, you know, it's a minor thing. There's a lot of new keys and stuff I'm going to have to write now in the translation table. So let's go add it. Descriptions. I'm pretty sure I don't have the door description in here, so... I think it's key building door, yeah. Let's insert a row above. What is it? How do I describe a door? I mean, it's pretty obvious what it does, but... how do I describe a door? It opens and closes. What a crazy concept. Alright. I think there's also... I think I did the flooring description in here. And I don't think I did the walls yet. Building pressure wall. What did I say for the stone wall? To decorate and organize your base. Building wall. Organizes your... Oops. I'm zombie mode right now. Alright. So that should be good now. Alright, let's go make sure that the stone door is working. But otherwise I can mark off... I've got like basically 2 designs because we got the stone brick walls and the wooden walls, so that's like home versus industrial vibe, I feel like. I still would like some kind of more industrial looking floor, like metal tiles or something. So maybe we'll still do that, but it's probably fine for now. So we got those guys done. I would like to make the flooring change color on the map, so maybe we're gonna do that. I was thinking of maybe we do like a light gray or something. Possibly. So, I mean, we can do it. We just have to go into... It's in here, and then in set modified tile. So every time I do build a tile, I believe it does the minimap updating. Yeah, right here. So I can just go to this thing here. So it's a minimap update tile. Right here. So it's going to do all this stuff. And then this is where it sets the color. So this sets it to terrain color, shore color, and water color. We're just going to check if our tile ID is not land. Then, yeah. Let's see. Tile ID is not empty. Tile data is doing that. All right. So I just want to check here now. var, and I might change. This is tiles. Where is tiles? Oh, okay, it's over here. Let's just call this tile modified data. It's equal to global.tiles table.get tile ID. So we're going to check in here if tile modified data.land. We do the terrain color. Otherwise, we're going to set this to color and just some kind of gray color that looks nice. I'm thinking like, let's look at our colors here. So normally we use this color for the minimap for the grass. I want something almost the same kind of brightness as that. We could go a little darker like this, but I don't want to go too dark. We could try this just to start out. So we can say color.hex, I believe. And let's just see what that looks like. So if I exit out now, I think it should update all of my tiles with the new color. Let's find out. Okay, so it didn't work. But what happens if we now place down some flooring? It looks like it does update the color. If we increase the minimap size, you can see it's changing. So I just don't know why I didn't update all of these ones. It must just be, I guess, the way that that function happens. Because obviously it is working. Then if I break these, what happens? Okay, so that is kind of a problem. We have to fix that. So Game Devable, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, we just need to call this down here, really. We need to say, whatever the heck that is, this, but instead of passing in this, I just need to pass in the new tile. Here, let's do this, and then say, instead of empty, new tile ID. And let's see what happens. I think that should fix the issue with it staying gray. Let's see. So it's gray, and then if we break it, yeah, you can see it turns back to green. So that's working. It's just the only thing is it doesn't turn into this color on game load. That's literally it. We just have to figure out why. I think it's probably just where it's calling update tile. Let's see where that happens. Should happen in here, but then it should be somewhere else too. Maybe it just doesn't do it. Where does that happen though? You would think it's in here. I mean, there's the initial building of the map. It's like set up maps right here. So I say Iron Region Maps update map, which runs all this stuff. Okay, I just literally don't check if it's a modified tile, I guess. So we can modify this. Good, you know the little Atari game controller with a stick and one button? I've basically just finished drawing that. Stick and one button. Oh, is it just the one where the button's on top of the joystick? Atari game controller. Yeah. Or no, yeah, these ones. Right. That's pretty epic. Nice. Unless that's supposed to be like a euphemism for something. Okay, so this does all the conveyors. That's a little different. I'll post a picture in the Discord. Cool, sounds good. I'm gonna say if mod API, oops, get tile at to this position. I don't actually know the position here. It's silly if I have to convert back. Oh well. I just want to check, like... Well, I have a tile position, so I can just check, and I have the region, so... We just say... is equal to global.main.modified tiles.get. What's going on, bruh? Tile position or something? Whatever it is here. Or I guess it's a vector 2. Oh, for tile and tiles. Okay, so that's gonna get, and we have to say it region ID. Then we save our tile data is equal to global.tilestable.get tile ID. And if tile data, let's also say var land is true. if tile data though, if tile data dot, or we say land, is equal to tile data dot land. Now we can say if tile data, or if land, we do that one, else we do the other one. Which is that one that we hard to find, wherever it is. Should be an update tile, update map. This guy. Boom. I changed this to tile. All right, watch this, guys. So now if we load back in, theoretically, it should update the mini-map with the new colors. Hey, Macaroni. I made some burp sound effects and made the game so much alive. Thanks for the idea. Yeah, no problem at all. It's good to hear. Yeah, it still didn't... I don't know why it's not updating the tiles. Maybe this stage where it's happening, it's doing it before the tiles have actually been updated and modified, maybe? I'm not sure. Well, it did throw a billion errors, so it's probably just that. What is this? Oh, it's a typed key, so let's just run that. That's getting used cells, which is going to be a vector 2i array. So I don't know why it wouldn't be working. Modified tiles. Here, in this stage, I'm going to print out whatever modified tiles is. Just to see if it's actually real. Maybe it's just not updated yet or something. I don't know, it's hard to say. But it should immediately update. Yeah, you can see it does have all the info there. Oh, it's because I'm not grabbing tile ID. I'm just, I'm a little silly guy. That's all it is. Oh god. I printed too much. What have I done? I might have fricked up. Do I need to restart? Okay. Yeah, I messed up. Let's go fix that, shall we? And I'm also passing in the wrong thing, right? No, I do want to pass in tile. Tile. Oh, but I have to say that. Let's see, dictionary. Just trying to think how I do this. Tile ID is that. Tile ID dot tile ID. So I'm going to be getting it at that position. And otherwise we say tile ID is just empty. I think. Let's try this again. Okay, I hope this works. Snooze the ad. I did stop it from printing, right? I don't know if I did or not. Oh god. What have I done? Okay. I have to make sure it's not printing. It's way too much to print. All right. And then also, what was the other thing? The stone walls. Or not the stone walls, the stone brick walls. They need a building ID. Oh, and I think it's... Okay. I'm gonna give these like a default ID in here. And buildable. Just to make it easier for me to write this out. So I'm gonna say building ID by default is Starground building _. It's not gonna save like a whole bunch of time or anything, but occasionally it's pretty useful. I really hope that didn't reset everything. Okay, I think we're okay. Had to re-add some bits because they didn't save. Oh, to your drawing. It's all good. Let's see. Ayo. Oh yeah, you're doing some pixel art. Nice, nice. Pretty awesome. I always like isometric stuff. I think it'd be really fun to make an isometric game like this. You know, at the 45. Whatever you call that. I don't know. It would be tricky though to do like the drawing the tiles and stuff, I imagine. Right? I guess not really drawing it, but probably just with programming it would be kind of complicated. I know Godot does have a mode for it though. I've seen it in the tile set. There's like a thing you can enable to do it, so. But yeah. Maybe one day I'll experiment. Okay, you can see it worked, finally. So now all of the modified tiles that get placed down will just be gray. I could do custom colors for every single type of tile, but I imagine it's gonna get very old. So it'd be a lot of colors. So I don't know. And I guess my only concern is I don't want it to like reduce visibility of these colors, you know? So it's one of those things, I don't know. But I'll just stick with the gray for now. We could probably do custom colors one day, but there's other things I want to get done. So I think it's okay. And that should do all the colors on the other planets too, like Tyria. Which this one, for some reason, it just didn't do it. Which is disappointing. So we gotta figure out why it's not working there either. Maybe it's just because we're not getting the right region ID or something. I'm not really sure. But it does do new tiles. I just don't know why it didn't do the original ones. Whoa. It did Opus, though. Which is strange. Like, why would it do Opus's tiles but then not do Tyria, you know? I'm not really sure. Maybe it's because I just don't do that on Tyria? Maybe that's the thing. Let's go back to the minimap. Do I have a thing that just returns if it's Tyria? So this is update map. For I and region maps, it should do everything. So this says update map, do all the stuff, and then it checks here for the land. So it's going to be grabbing region ID. Maybe it's just because there is no, right here, region get editable terrain. So it's not, actually checking if there's editable terrain or whatever. Which is a little funny. What is this custom data? Okay, just solid. Because otherwise, you can see down here, I just set it to shore color. But I can probably just disable that now. Don't think we need to know if it's editable terrain or not. Because it's just going to cause issues. Let's see if that fixes the problem. And go to Tyria. Okay, that does fix the issue, so we just need to, yeah, not have that line there. Because basically, I guess what I was doing before was just saying... if there's a cell there, get the custom data. Otherwise, I set it to the shore color, which I don't know why I would be doing that. I should be setting that to the water color, I thought. Oh, but I already fill it with water. So I just don't even need to bother doing the shore color, I don't think. Unless I'm, like, missing something critically important. Oh, yeah, because if I'm doing... Okay, so this is what's going on here. If it's not solid, basically, is what this is saying, then do that. Okay. And I probably do the exact same thing down here, then. Wherever it is, it's like in... So that's update, or update map, and then we have update tile. Yeah, I do the same thing right here, where if it's not solid, then I set it to the shore color instead. Okay. So yeah, anyways, this should work just fine then. It should still be doing the shore colors in here and stuff normally, which it is. And if I place new tiles, it should still update the shore color, which it does. So yeah, that's working really well. I think we're good to go. All right, so we were gonna check the industrial door now. It should work fine, but I just want to make sure. Check like the offsets and stuff. Those seem to be working just fine. It works the exact same way as the other door, so I'd be surprised if it didn't work for some reason. Cool. And possibly I might make a change here. I might make the... If we go into the door, I think I want to change the way it works a little bit with the collision shape. Instead of having to select it down here, we basically just give this another static body. That would include the collision shape there. Down there. So we paste it. We don't actually have to make this, or we do have to make it local, yeah. Then this collision shape doesn't need to be local. Actually, it does need to be. But I want to make this one unique from the other one. And I want this to be the interaction zone, basically. Right? So, like, the area you can select just to interact with it. Then this we don't say layer 1, but this one we do. So, now what this does is it lets us control this a little more. So now here, instead of modifying that collision shape, we want to modify this one. Boom, boom. Like that. Alrighty. And then when it's in its other variation, like this, I need to change the shape of this. So first step, size will then change to 6. So we'll just say if not horizontal. Six wide, and then I don't know how tall we want it. Probably like 32 or something. Well, we can make it wider. That's the thing, right? Like, it doesn't have to actually be 6. We could do 12. And then normally this is at -10. So let's just remember that. But it's going to shift down. -6.5. Okay. And then we're going to say vertical height is a 45 by 12 and say that dot position y is equal to that. All right, we got that coming up. My apologies, gamers. Now I can undo those changes. So when we're back on the first initial sprite, looks like that. So that'll just make the detection area a little more forgiving, which is important. And we do need to make sure that this is also still local. Okay, it is. And then I'm going to actually copy this shape and then make it unique again over on the industrial door. So paste it. Then we make unique, make sure it's local. Set it to -10. And then we're going to be copying this little new static body that we just did. Paste it like that. So this one is collision 0 or just collision 1, and then this one does not have collision 1. And when we're changing our collision, we also need to update that. So body now is going to be equal to static body 2D. Cool. All right, so let's just see if this all works. It should, as far as I know. Done. Took 8 seconds. All right, let's go see. No, not 8 seconds, 8 milliseconds. Big difference. Okay, so this is not happy because I didn't say shape dot size. No biggie. Restart the game, try again. So another thing that I want to work on today with Starground is automatic multiplayer spawning. We're going to be messing around with that. I did it with one other thing. I think it was the dungeon rooms and maybe the entities. I can't remember, but it worked so well. I was like, man, I got to do that again, but with everything. Because it just makes it so much easier to handle the multiplayer stuff. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier on, honestly, but it's fine. All right, so now look at this. The doors are much easier to select, right? Like the area of them is larger. And same with the side one. It's just easier. So should be a little more convenient. But the collision shape is still normal, which is good. And it should still be the same when I'm like placing it down, so I can place it in the middle here. You can do some funny stuff. Yeah, it all works. I think we're good to go then. We did flooring minimap color. So yeah, these are all just random features I've been meaning to do. There are some bugs down here. Some of these aren't necessarily bugs. I mean, is this one really a bug? Not really. It's more of just a nice to have, but it's not like an issue. I don't think there's a whole lot of other things in here that were problematic. I'm going to merge these together and sort them. I really do need to be better about this stuff. I didn't do that for economy. Let's just get rid of that. We did all those guys. Oh yeah, there was a skin. I think Season wanted Gordon from Half-Life or something. What is Half-Life? HL? Okay. So we gotta do that. I'm just gonna mark this as random. I don't really need the script for this anymore. Now it's on stream, so if I ever need it, it's saved. All right. Yeah, and this was my little content priority thing that I wanted to do. Achievements, cassettes, and flooring, which we've already done achievements and flooring. So just cassettes, which is already on the list. I would like to finish rest of achievements, because there's still a bunch more that we haven't added. So maybe we'll work on that. Remote storage would be nice. Anywhere. There's some bugs here, I guess. So let's just put this into the bugs section. Okay. And then these are all a bunch of things. We need to sort these. A lot of these are features, some are like balancing. So let's have a balancing section. Do want to add the guru guy someday. Dungeon modifier system, I think I was talking about that. Environmental events. We already have the quantum remote chest. Revive system might be kind of neat. Modifiers from killing bosses, that's another thing. Multiple dodge types and attack styles. I already have music cassettes down there. Tree of Wisdom Point Redeem. Was that like... I'll put that down in random. I think it's, make that a list, too. I need to do the researches that increase your number of slots. It's a little more tricky, though. Artifacts can't be lost. That's already been done. That's not really a feature, so I'll put that inside the balancing section. I want to make it so oil takes longer to mine. These are all balancing things. I want half the amount of oil drops. I want to decrease the efficiency of biofuel. I think fuel cells need to be harder to craft. And this is changing the frame depending on whether it's automation or dungeon artifact. I don't think I'm really going to worry about that right now. So I'll have another section that's back burner. I'm just going to use this as like a... I want to be better about actually organizing my notes and stuff and things that I have planned and just haven't done yet and stuff. So... I think that's basically done. I think I have somewhere in here a quest system. I don't know. Icons for entities, that's also kind of on the back burner since I don't actually worry about that anymore. Sound indicators for quests, that doesn't really need to be done anymore. This would also be nice, being able to sort saves by date. Did I already do that, where you can click and drag with right-click in a star launcher? I'm not sure yet. Also, this one would be nice, being able to just tap the wheel to swap instead of having to open up the menu every single time, so maybe we'll do that too. Let's see if I've done those changes yet. Okay, so that I have not done. It would be cool if I could click and drag with left and right too. Or at least just right. So let's just go do it. Let's go into the Star Launcher UI. Into our display Star Launcher. And then I think it's somewhere down in here, like camera. Then I check right here. If input is just pressed middle click or just pressed right click. And what do I do just released? I guess I don't. Oh, so it's not called right click, it's called like secondary or something. Let's try that. Doesn't seem to be working for some reason. I don't know why it's not working. If I just press middle click... Oh, right, because I have to, like, actually check, you know. Am I still pressing that key? Alright, that should fix it. There we go. Now I can click and drag with right click. Which is just kind of nice to be able to do that, and middle click. Still need to fix this thing. I don't know what's going on. Like, sometimes if you click off of it, like, I don't know how it happens. It doesn't... I think it's just not detecting the signal or something. There's like a way that you can... make it stay. Like that. I think it's because when you click off of it, it like unselects it. That's what's happening. I really should change that. Maybe we'll fix that bug too. And what is this? It's complaining a billion times. Oh yeah, right click doesn't exist. UI click right? That's probably really what I should be using. Is that what my action is in here? Yeah, it's just right mouse button. Let's do that instead, it makes more sense. I thought that should change my cursor into a different thing, but I guess not. I want to say display server.set mouse, whatever it is. Mouse set mode, and then drag or whatever it is. It's none of those. It's cursor. Cursor set shape. Drag. Let's just see what that looks like. Looks pretty nice. Except it's a little glitchy for some reason. I can see both at the same time. I don't know why. Let's figure out what's going on. So if either of those are pressed, it should be setting that. I'm not setting cursor stuff anywhere else, as far as I can see. Maybe I'm just doing that somewhere. Cursor set shape. That's literally the only place I do it. It's really odd. Yeah, I don't know why it's spazzing out back and forth between the two. Between mouse and move. It's really weird. Why would it be doing that? Is it just because I'm continually setting the shape? And like causes weird issues? Should I just do it once? No, because then it just doesn't do it. I don't know where that's happening. I mean, that's the default cursor shape, which is nothing. Cursor object. Cursor. This is literally the only place where I do it, so I don't know why it keeps reverting. It's really odd. Oh well, we just won't do it. Okay. Anyways, let's go mark that off, though. Make name Steam by default. Let's move that over. And saving the zoom level, that's another thing I already did. Alright, so that's most of the things organized. I just wanted to do that because it was getting really messy. There's all these too. These things are going to be on the back burner. Way to zoom in mini-map would be kind of nice. This I already, like, did, so... Ability to gather monster parts would be really nice. I want to do, like, a module system with that at some point, where you can convert monster parts into building modules. Oh yeah, and this is a bug. This one has also been done. I do want to do that. And that would also be cool, different like weapon attack styles, something I've been wanting to do. An item despawning can, but this can go down into a random. And world presets, I'm also gonna put that. Okay. So let's do some more automatic multiplayer spawning stuff. Should be pretty easy to do. We're just gonna go into the world script, which is where that stuff is handled. Okay, which is here. I guess it's not handled in there. Where does that actually happen? Oh, is it just in the spawner itself? Yeah, it is. Okay, and that just adds it in the spawner table. So let's just go back up into, let's also save this. Global. And then if we go to I know I did this spawner table. Where do I do that? Do I do that in multiplayer? I know I did that because I went through all of the region tables. Said spawner table to push back. Yeah, here we go. No, but that's both inside of those. Where did I do this? Unless I'm just crazy and didn't do it. I had a dream I did. But I really don't think that's the case. Unless I do that in the spawner table. Because you can see none of the stuff is here. It must be inside of global, I guess. And ready? That's probably where I would have done it. Like down here. Oh, I did the add spawner entry. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay. I'm gonna have another thing for this, which is configuring auto multiplayer spawning. Just call it auto MP spawn. And where's one where it says done? Took, yeah. I wonder, I am curious how long that takes. Probably takes nothing. Okay. Yeah, so it does all of the entities, which is really nice. Then it does all of the regions. So I also want to add on a couple more things to that, specifically buildings. I'm just trying to think if there's any other kind of object like that we're directly creating. I don't think so. Just use items, already do it. See, I think that's it. Research doesn't need it. None of those need it. Alright. So for ID in buildings table, we're going to say var building is equal to buildings table dot get ID. And it's going to be simple like this, right? Now we're going to say path is equal to building dot scene dot get path. I see. It's already called building apparently. Where is the thing called building? Okay, it's right there. I'm gonna change that to buildings. Now I can go back to building. Alright, so we say get the scene and then just add it to the spawner entry. Now, that allows me to not have to spawn any of those in. Now, one last thing, though, is I do want to make sure. I need to add a tag to stop it from spawning. Multiplayer sync. And I'll make that true by default. So back into the buildings table. Multiplayer sync is true. And I'll do the same thing over for the entities table as well. Just in case there's ever some kind of entity or building you don't want to sync. Because I imagine it could get a little annoying. I really don't think there's anything in here. Maybe the Tree of Wisdom. Which is he not in here? Oh, that's why. Or no, I do spawn him in that way, so he's fine, actually. But there are some buildings I do not want spawned in. So we're going to go through and figure out which ones those are. But most of them I do. For example, artifact merging bench, I want that to be false because it already spawns in. Same with a lot of these, the quest board, the trading terminal, the vending machine, the magic fountain. None of those are like, you know. But I think literally that's it, and then everything else I'm pretty sure I want to sync. Like asteroid collector, atmosphere collector, grinder, vault. Raw battery, big battery, building. Computer. Splitter, lamp. Storage hub. I don't think there's really any in here I don't want synchronized. Actually, conveyors, it doesn't really matter since they don't even get placed for real. But those I don't really want like synchronizing. So I'm just going to set it to false on all the conveyors. Just because of the way they work is a little funky. Because they're not real anymore. Like when you place down a conveyor, it doesn't actually place the scene. It used to in the old system, but not anymore. Makes the game run better. Yeah, that's why I'm going through here and checking stuff like that. And then all of these tiles also, they don't do multiplayer synchronization. Snow, cobblestone, sand, and then land tile, none of that should be. And same with the floating platform, wherever that one is. All the plants should be skateboard, boat, fence, gate, door, wooden door, brick wall, log wall, the fence, the turbine, the reactor, the pump, the thumper, the refiner, the foundry, the researcher. All these should be fine. Trough, brewing station, oven. Okay, so the only other one I think is floating platform. Boom. And now that should work. So back over into our spawner table, we can remove many of these now. Most of these are just old buildings, so. And now, of course, there's still a couple things that I do manually need to do, stuff like the bomb and stuff. But that's what this is for. I just, like, it's going to be so much easier, though, now to do this, because I don't have to synchronize this one. I don't even sync rock anymore, do I? No, I do. The chest doesn't need to be in there. Furnace, speaker, conveyor, mover, spaceship. Let's see, move it along. Collector can go away. And move it along. Splitter crafter, Conveyor V2, stonewall lamp, shredder burner, researcher, coil, big chest, treadmill, power network keep, boundary, solar panel, battery, big battery, treadmill, all the monuments can go away, training dummy, vault, little rig, furnace, underground conveyor, refiner, Godot plush, thumper, trap spike stays, so does nuclear bomb, plants can go away, storage hub and boat, splitter and underground conveyor, harvester, oven, and monument, computer, farm plot, grinder, Water pump, those will go away. Yeah, there's so many we can remove from this list now. Because it'll just automatically go through and add them itself, so it's so much easier. Broken Star Launcher is not a building, so that should stay. But all those go away. Blueprint Ghost stays. Lights Out tile stays. Trough, fence, gate, fence, brewing station, present, snowbank, Christmas tree. All those go away. All the basalts, the ruin stays. The reactor and turbine go away. Yeah, look at the difference now. That's so much cleaner. And all of those are still good, so. And now I bet there's probably stuff in there that I've missed in the past, you know? So it's it'll probably be just more reliable this way too. Alright. So let's run up a little multiplayer test. I just want to see if everything seems relatively normal. So I have an idea, but no clue how to make it do the thing. What's your idea? It starts to get a little too cold when it dips into the 20s. Okay, it's not happy because it's scene. I think it's not called scene. It's called object path, which actually is not preloaded. I find that kind of interesting. Wonder why I don't preload the buildings. Huh. I guess it's just because of the way I save the buildings. Man, I really need to improve that. Then right here, we can just say object path. Let's try this again. I want to have claimable plots that when you claim it, loads your house on it, whatever changes you've made. But also have it so other players can't just claim your plot that's already claimed. Yeah. Definitely would be tricky. Wait, why did this print multiple times? Configuring auto multiplayer spawner. Configuring auto multiplayer spawner. Hold on. Oh, because there's two games that just opened. I'm just stupid. So it only took 0 milliseconds to run that code, which is interesting. So yeah, to do a system like that, you'd have to basically just save their section as a chunk, I guess. Like, have a list of all of the buildings that are positioned within that chunk. Basically create like a local save, right? The same way you would probably create a save of any other kind of game, you just do it for that one specific region. Then when that chunk is not loaded, or that plot, you can mark it as already being claimed. So nobody else can claim it. You can just have a big list of which ones are claimed and like the name or ID associated with each one. That would probably be the way to do it. Probably making it sound more complicated than it actually is, but yeah. So it's autosave 1. Wait for that to load. But then we will join. Okay, so it's throwing like 1 billion errors. That seems problematic. What are the errors? Lots of invalid packets, apparently. Tons of them. And then it's complaining about a bunch of invalid tiles. Okay, the player's already connected, so let's try that again. I don't know why all of these things are invalid. Just a bunch of failed RPCs. Not sure what's up with that. Then apparently it tried to set some tiles that were not valid here, which I'm not sure why. It's because there was no valid tile map reference. Interesting. So yeah, this is what I need to test. I want to go around and make sure like all of the modified tiles and stuff are actually here. Seems like all the buildings are synchronizing just fine, which is good. So are the conveyors. I mean, all the tiles seem to be here. And the minimap seems to be updated and stuff, so I'm not sure what the problem is. Also, I can't interact with that door. I realize why. I have to change the RPC on here. That should be any pier. I thought exclusive interact happened on everything. Or only on the server. I guess not. Well, I thought it did. Interesting. Okay, so it does happen on both. It's fine. Would just say on the door of server set state. Because it'll call it on the server. Should be fine. But now I'm going to have to restart the game. Where else have I done that then? I think I did that with the lights out tile. I didn't do any pier. And I have to say if is server. If multiplayer did is server. So it'll interact, do that stuff, and then toggle. Yeah, I don't think I got the lights out tiles working with multiplayer. Let's see, what does the puzzle actually do? So it'll do that. So that's fine, but it's just the tiles themselves, I believe, are not set up properly. So let's find out what's going on here. Because I only want interact to happen on the server, probably. It's going to do all that stuff, and then it's going to say pressed emit. And then say neighbor.toggle. So I could just make toggle an RPC. So that it's always like synchronized. I have coordinate synchronizing, position synchronizing. I need to also synchronize whether it's on or not. Let's see, there's a way that I did this before where it's just if I ever change on, instead of actually having to say toggle, and then I say set value like that. So if that's being synchronized down here, I just say interact, and I say on is equal to not on, which will immediately set that up there. And then neighbor.on is equal to neighbor.on. Like that. Pressed emit. So now I don't even need this other RPC function called toggle. That should be it. And just set that to synchronize on change. So hopefully that synchronizes everything. It's one of those things I gotta test, of course. So we'll do that. Oh, and I actually forgot. Oops. I have to make it actually set the value. That would help. We say on is equal to value. Okay. So let's try this again. We're gonna host. Still don't know what all of the, you know, errors that are being thrown are. It doesn't happen on the server, which is interesting. So it's a multiplayer only error. But I do believe it has something to do with the land tiles, since that's when it starts to complain. It does complain about some land tiles, and I'm not like sure where they are. As far as I can tell, the mini-maps look the exact same. So I'm pretty sure all of the tiles are being synchronized on Viridian, at least. Like, it could be... Whoa. I don't know why the game gets extremely laggy when it's in Star Launcher. It's really odd. I gotta look at it. Let's go to Tyria. All of the tiles here look the same. Maybe it's Opus. All of the tiles here are also the same. So I don't know what the issue is with that. Okay, we gotta figure this issue out where it gets extremely laggy when you open up the Star Launcher. Because that's not supposed to happen, obviously. Does it happen on the server also? I don't know why it, like, moves my camera wildly like that, right? To go... It's not supposed to happen, obviously. This should just save it as this state. Then if I close it and go back in, you see it's over there again. I think it might be something to do with lerping, possibly. Those errors are just the best, though. They're totally so cool. I totally love errors. I think it's because we're lerping, possibly. I mean, I just set the positions. Do I do any lerping in here? I do. Right here. So that's probably the issue. I need to say 1 minus pow delta, like that. That's at least just lerping that. I don't think I do any position lerping as far as I can tell. But still seems to cause issues. The zooming lerping is a little slow, probably. So let's do 0.05, double the speed. And I really don't know why my game is so slow. Let's like do some profiling here. Figure out what's going on in here. Physics, script functions. Yeah, the caller is screaming. That happens sometimes, and I just don't really know why. I think it has to do with multiplayer. The caller gets really laggy for some reason. Apparently the client is running okay. I don't know why the conveyor controller has a performance impact on the client. It seems not right. And Christmas Tree actually has process impact, so let's fix that too. All these other ones are pretty minor. Check artifact is fine. So yeah, the conveyor controller process. It's just like, I don't know what that's running on the client or doing, so we need to look at that. But let's also check visual profiler too, because it seems like that could also be having an impact here. GPU is actually running really bad. Render canvas items. which I don't know why it's so slow. Oh, you know what? It could be just be from all of the CPU particles on these Christmas trees. But it's a GPU bottleneck. It's not CPU. So I don't know what that's all about. You can see in here, like, render particles or something is always just, like, nothing. I know people think CPU particles are really slow, but they're really not. So... Okay, well, let's go optimize the Christmas tree. We have new signals that can do this better now. Before we just did this in process, which obviously is super inefficient. So now we're just going to hook up some, you know, signals. We can say Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. Building inventory dot inventory changed dot connect update, and then we have function update here, and we can just do this and update. Much more efficient, so just way better. So now we eliminate the process event there. It's not going to make a huge difference or anything, but when you have a bunch of Christmas trees around here like this, it does matter. You can already see that did actually make a quite hefty difference, honestly. See, there's something really weird going on with the culling system, like, only at very specific resolutions. I don't know why that happens. There's something weird, though. It causes this, like, weird culling thing to happen, where it just gets really slow for no reason. You can see I almost hit it right there, I think. I don't know if it's some kind of error with the way that Godot does... I can't seem to get it to happen. It's just very strange. It's like, maybe only when I'm out of the window or something. But everything in here seems fine. Conveyor controller's normal. Okay, that's session 2. Oh, that's why I wasn't doing anything. Why did player 2 just leave the game? Did it just crash? Okay, I guess they're gone. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden it just decided to not work anymore. So that's cool. Okay, you can see the difference here though. Look at that. This resolution, look at that performance change, right? Way better. Then for some reason when it's in like the vertical format or whatever, or just like a different resolution, it gets just super slow and I don't know why. It's just strange. I think it has something to do with the culling script. I don't know what would be... Oh. See that? It's like, I don't know how to make it happen. Right, okay, it's in that state now. Look at that, we just dropped from 60 to 20. What is happening here? In this little section? I don't really know. I don't see anything super weird in there, to be honest. I really have no idea. Oh, it's probably just because nothing crashed. It paused because I clicked on the profiler. That's what happened over here on this guy. So he's in like a weird limbo state now. Let's reconnect. Okay, I was a little worried. I thought it was a real bug, but it's not. It's just nothing. Yeah, I don't know why it complains about these invalid packets. Like, I really wish this gave me more information when these things happened. It just never... It never does enough. Oh, and it's probably going to be a little broken now because it thinks that... Oh, I accidentally paused the server. That would explain it. I love breaking everything. Okay. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. Alright, so this is the profiler for the server. You can see it's pretty normal. Here it does get a little slow, though. But it's not really that slow. Player process is still one of those scripts that I really want to optimize more. It's now kind of, funnily enough, almost the slowest script. So it's interesting. I don't really know why. I mean, obviously it's an enormous script, but I think there's some kind of specific function or section in the player that's causing quite a bit of lag. There's stuff like checkability, which is not great on performance, but I mean, maybe that's part of the issue. Let's go into the player code. Check out check ability. So this is in process movement. Checkability just does this. It's not really that bad or anything. So let's see. My 120 by 142 resolution of Starground. It does support that. Don't worry. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's really hard to optimize the player script, you know? It's just got so much meat. There's so much happening in the player. All of the inventory stuff and like weapons and all of it. So it's pretty insane. And I'm sure some of it, most of it's probably the process event. I mean, I don't know if I'm running get node in here anywhere, because that could be part of the issue. Like, there are some cases where I do that, like right down here, where I get the object collider and stuff. So I could probably optimize that kind of stuff. And then this is object get node or null inventory component. I imagine that those function calls, like get node, is usually kind of slow. But it only really matters if it's inside of process. Otherwise it's fine. It'll only take a second. So I don't really see any major ones in process. Time to pick a stat manager. I love autoloads. I would want another one since it's incremental games. Basically must have, yeah. I don't know. I think autoloads are fine. I don't know why people think they're such a bad, way to design things. As long as you're not completely relying on them, I think it's fine. But it is extremely convenient to have a centralized location that you can access anywhere in the project. Like signal buses and stuff like that, and just having like a script for a lot of helper functions. Like, I don't really see any problem with that kind of stuff, honestly. I mean, of course, it's, you don't want to put other regular game logic in that kind of stuff, but I feel like it's usually fine as long as you're reasonable. People have said, I think, that, like, doing a lot of these references is the same as get node, but I really don't think it is the same, in my opinion. I've done testing with this versus get node, and I'm pretty sure this does some kind of like caching behind the scenes that you don't really see. I think it grabs the node. I don't know, because it doesn't seem to have much of a performance impact compared to get node. But maybe it does. I don't know. Yeah, there's just I think the whole way I structure most of this code could definitely be improved, because like there's a lot of stuff that just happens all the time when really it should only happen at specific moments, you know? I don't know, there's just so much in here. It's kind of monstrous. I would like to move all of the key inputs, key presses into its own function. That would be kind of nice. Just so I can, you know, figure out what it's actually slow. I just need to break it up into more functions, really. That's gonna fix all my issues. Hey, Nick Jack, welcome in. How are you doing? What's going on? Yeah, a lot of this stuff, like... This stuff... It doesn't need to be checking... I mean, I guess this does actually need to be checking every frame, but, like... A lot of this stuff doesn't need to be, though. You know? Yeah, this one's fine, because I need to display all the different effects. But, like... Checking if my skin needs to be set, stuff like that, like, that just doesn't really... I know a lot of it is just because of multiplayer, but what would be better, I think, for a lot of things inside of the player script is do it all based off of these variables, right? Whenever this variable is set, do it instead of checking every single frame. This is much better. Pretty good, you? Yeah, we're doing good. I'm just looking at some optimization stuff. I mean, there's not any major huge optimization issues right now, or like specifically that I'm looking at. I mean, I'm just thinking of ways in general to improve performance. I was just kind of doing some profiling here. Yeah, everything is pretty normal in here. The player process sometimes does spike a little bit, but usually it's not too bad. But you see, like, this stuff happens. I really don't know what's going on. If I look in here, you can see... Like, there's not anything really in particular that's happening. Like, I don't know... I just don't know what the issue is. Want to hear something funny / cool? Sure, yeah. Like, none of the entities process really matters very much. Obviously, the conveyor controller will have some impact, but it's just inevitable. Like, stuff like that is already so optimized, I don't think there's really any way I can make it better, so. Now, building select is more than I expect in terms of the milliseconds. So what does this actually do? Okay. So this is just checking a couple different things here in process. So this is just doing visibility and stuff. I think I could probably fix a lot of this by just connecting this up with signals, right? Like, unlocked things, checking if it has an object. Since this thing is always around, I can just change this into a signal for unlocked things. Then we just have a signal thing unlocked. Then just check wherever I say unlocked things, dot push back. Push backle. But I could probably check inside of, I think I'd probably do some synchronization with that. Do I? Or is that generated on the client? I don't remember. Unlock setter? Don't remember what that does. Unlocked things. Where does that happen? There's a couple things. A lot of it's just reading from it, checking if it has that or that or that. But where does it actually get the things added? Right here. Okay, so this just happens in process. So it seems a little silly. That could probably be improved. I'm currently creating a party game for a friend's birthday. Let's go. contains a lot of our internal jokes and lingo, which is really fun. Birthday is in April, so I'm pretty early on the project, but I'm creating it as a browser game using WebSockets. That's awesome. Nice. Yeah, WebSockets and browser. That's pretty neat. Yeah, it would be fun to make a game for somebody's birthday. I don't think I've really ever done that kind of thing before. Yeah, it's really cool. I think making it, like, catered, you know, to the friend group is probably really epic. Because I think it's way more funny if it's, like, all inside jokes and stuff, you know? So... I think most of the most fun kind of party games enables, like, a friend group to kind of, like, personalize it to their inside jokes. But if you're just doing it right off the bat, then that, that works pretty well. Okay, so unlock things. I know that has more than just... But we just need to check everywhere where unlock setter is. Where there's really not that many. So... And I do synchronized unlock setter. So it would probably be worth it just to loop through each of those things. So for IN, unlock setter. If it doesn't have it, then we say unlock things, push back I. And whenever I make that change right there, I can also say global dot thing unlocked. Let's save this. Dot emit. And I can also push back the ID of whatever it was. Alright. I want to do Godot first, but I've never really done a multiplayer project that would be this hard, so WebSockets seemed easier. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, I've never really done WebSockets before. I've only honestly done Godot multiplayer. I've experimented with stuff before in like GameMaker. There's a couple... it was... Oh, man. Multiplayer in GameMaker was sucked. I'm not gonna lie. Because GameMaker has no native support for multiplayer, so... It was just me trying to, like, make all these weird plugins and stuff work. But it never really, panned out. And it was a nightmare. But yeah. I don't know. WebSockets. WebSockets seem pretty easy, though, in terms of multiplayer stuff, from what I've seen. I think Godot does actually have support for WebSockets, because every time I look through the documentation, I see it in there. We go to Godot documentation, and to the multiplayer stuff. WebSockets. Yeah, it does have WebSockets. So, I don't know. That's definitely an option for doing multiplayer in Godot, if you're already familiar with how WebSockets work. Yeah, it would be definitely neat just for setting up little, like, simple servers would be super easy. That'd be cool. Yeah. Cheese. Let's go. I love cheese. I love cheese so much, guys. What is this? Error. Property of this type is not supported. It's an array of quests. Oh. I can't synchronize quest objects. What am I gonna do about that? I forgot that I changed available quests into an object. Shoot. That's something that we're gonna have to fix. I'm gonna have another list that's like critical. stuff that like absolutely needs to be fixed before we put this update up. Are not synced on multiplayer. Well, specifically... Actually, I don't even know if I use that anymore. Do I use available quests? Might be a remnant. Yeah, I don't even use it. So, not a real bug. We can just get rid of that and not do it. Thank God. Okay, so anyways, we did this unlock setter thing now. Where do I clear my unlock setter? Setter up, push back. Clear. Okay, that's just at the beginning. That's fine. Yeah, otherwise everything should just be pushing back. We got ads. My apologies, guys. So here we also say unlock things equal nothing too, right? We don't. I'm gonna set it. Back to an empty array. And I'm pretty sure unlocked things is actually a array of strings. As far as I know. Is it thing setter? What is it called again? Oh, unlock setter. Yeah, I'm only ever pushing IDs back into there. I never put objects in there, so we should be okay. Alrighty. So anyways, back to that other thing, build select or whatever. Building select. I can optimize this a lot now. The way we do that is we have a new function called update. And just do all this stuff in here. We don't even need to do any of this now. I'll just use this for connecting the signal on the ready. Connect signal. So we just get rid of all that stuff. We can eliminate process now. It's very nice. So there's a couple... we also do need to connect it up when the main players change their game mode. Which, we have it right here. Super convenient. So now we just need to connect a couple signals. So global dot game mode changed. Dot connect. Then call update. Because I need to pass in the new game mode. So that should be fine. And then the other signal we need to connect is global dot... Why is it complaining about that one? Oh, it's just because game mode is unused. There we go. Global dot thing unlocked dot connect. Just up to update. We can do a function that checks it really quick before it calls update. And just say if ID is equal to, you know, object ID, then we know that it actually needs to update. So that should really optimize this a lot. As long as this all works. There's a new house, welcome in. How's it going? So it's going to check whether we're in creative mode or not, and then choose the visibility based off of that stuff. So that'll happen whenever our game mode changes or a new thing has been unlocked, like a research happens. And also, let's just go ahead and call update at the beginning, just to synchronize all this stuff. And if load data... Yeah, that should only happen if we have data. So yeah, this is going to be way faster on that. I mean, it's not going to be like an enormous difference or anything, but why not? You know, why not optimize it? There's really no reason not to. And I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of optimization right now. We could just go through some things and speed them up a little bit. Might as well. Once the game loads. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just curious. Optimization can be kind of fun sometimes, honestly. I don't know. We are getting some errors in here, which they're not real. It's because we have the other one. Still complains about the invalid comments and OGG files, which I always think is just like so... Why? But it's fine. Also, thing unlocked should be moved down here. And this is an in-game signal. Or actually, this is really down here. So let's see if this works now, right? Save it. So if we're in game, all of the things are normal, but if I say game mode normal, it did not update and get rid of these things, which is unfortunate. So it's not working for some reason. I don't know why it didn't work. I thought it was build select. Building select? There it is. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't call update. Let's see if it actually does in output. So it definitely does call it. Okay, but it doesn't seem to update until we... Oh, what? Ooh. Okay, so it's there. If I set it back to normal, it doesn't go invisible for some reason. I just don't know why. Let's figure out why. Okay, so let's say that we just called the function update. Do I have to run it twice? Is that what's happening? I do. So we're just calling game mode changed at the wrong time. We just need to do it down in here. Right here. We need to set game mode first, then we emit it. Ugh. And do I use game mode changed anywhere else, really? Connect hide masks. So that happens. Alright. So that should fix some issues. Now, watch this. Game mode creative. Boom. Item, creative mode items appear. Right? And then if I go back to normal, boom, they're gone. So that should also work really well, hopefully with the other thing. So let's create a new save really quick and then run a command. So if we're in the build menu, right, we don't have anything unlocked in here, but if I say /research all, you can say they all appear. So yeah, that totally works, which is epic. So that'll help. Anything like that that's just running process in the background forever for no reason is like always really easy optimization points. Like, why not optimize that, you know? And the thing with optimization is it really is like a marathon. It takes a long time to optimize stuff sometimes, but because it's like all the little things add up most of the time, especially once you get to this point where like you've already spent so much time optimizing. There's not just one super obvious fix that makes everything run better. So it's just a lot of like, fix this little tiny thing that has barely any impact, but does eventually help. So just looking for anything in here that's like super easy. Something that has a relatively, you know, reasonable impact. I'm not going to waste my time on anything like less than 0.10, unless it's extremely easy. Like the water pump could probably be improved. But here's the thing too, I think I literally only have one water pump. Like, if I had a bunch of water pumps, it would probably be pretty good idea to optimize that, right? I go back into creative mode. Like, as I place more and more and more of these around. And some people do have a lot of water pumps for nuclear setups and stuff, so we can run the profiler again. And you'll probably see the water pumps have a much bigger impact. You can see water pump now there. It's not huge, but it is an impact. And there's probably a way that we can improve it by removing the process event. It's actually got more going on in here than I thought. Interesting. So this is saying... is checking for the tiles underneath. Which actually, that's kind of tricky to remove from this. But this stuff could definitely be improved. I guess we do some optimization for audio. Yeah, I don't know, it's tricky. It's going to be quite a bit more complicated to optimize something like that. This is what's always so hard about this. You know. Because what things are really worth the time and effort? I'm kind of more interested in like the call count on these really, right? Because stuff that already has a relatively reasonable impact, but with only a few calls, is probably a little bit more important to tackle. So like this thing, check artifact, is only one call, but it's 0.22, which means its optimization compared to like get item data is way worse. Because get item data is, you know, baby mode. We're calling that 184 times in that frame, and it's only that small, so... But something like this, for example, the process of global, I mean, it's not that bad. It says hotbar only happens once, that doesn't matter. Object interaction, I mean, all the player stuff could be better. Of course. And the conveyor controller, the classic. But that guy's really hard to optimize. So... I don't know. I've tried to statically type everything in here, which has helped. But... I guess I could, you know, add some more returns on here so we could say void. I don't know if that actually matters for performance on these, but and like doing early returns, I don't think it's going to have any meaningful performance impact either, but you never know, right? Like same with this, if not current, just return, because otherwise it doesn't do anything. Void. Void. Exit tree is fine, it's nothing. Then the process is really the main thing in here. All of these other functions don't really matter that much. Like this one only happens once at the beginning anyways. So this one is also void. Check signals. I'll just say if not target, continue. Ugh. Just to simplify that code, and then ready, or this is remove conveyor, which we could do this. These pumps are yapping in my ears. But we don't really remove conveyors that often. It's literally only when you break it. So like stuff like that just doesn't really matter, you know? Like the stuff that matters is the things that are happening all the time. Like crate conveyor, again, is another one of those things. We don't do it all the time. It's only when the player actually places down a conveyor, you know? So the things that do matter a little bit more is stuff like item moved, right? So we could say like if that is empty, return right here. And then if add item, we can call that. Otherwise do that. And these are just very minor, like I don't even think this is really going to make much of a difference, but you know, we'll see, I guess. Yeah, that's about as optimized as this stuff can get. So process on this is the main thing, but it kind of has to be a process event because this is just the code essentially doing the visual updating of all the conveyor belts, right? And we do get this box position stuff, which is good. Centered around the camera screen. Then we have a list of the final list of conveyors we actually want to draw. Let me say if it doesn't have point, continue. Otherwise, push it back. Like I don't know if doing early returns actually makes a performance impact. I don't even know. We set the instance count, and then we have to, down here, actually increment the positions, right? So we grab all that data, conveyor.progress, position, blah, blah, blah. And then we set the instance transforms and the item in Atlas, because it's a shader, which is optimized, but Yeah, I don't know. Just really tricky. Optimization is hard, guys. Sometimes it's really fun. It's just like a little puzzle to solve. And then other times it's like a nightmare. So let's see if it's equal to 1, we want that to happen. So if it's not equal to 1, then we do that. Yeah, there's nothing in here I can optimize. This is a very basic script. But anyways. And I'm sure like the performance isn't really usually this at this level for this kind of save. I mean, even now, it's not running bad. 70 FPS is fine. There's the process of these items laying around and stuff. Which I don't even see that in here. I think I might have optimized that. I wonder if we could optimize something like get item data, because these functions, like these, the ones that get called a billion times, if I can optimize those in any way, then that's a huge thing, right? But you can see it doesn't work. An items table is not statically typed. So I could do that. Say string dictionary. I could statically type all these. Because yeah, this is all before you could actually statically type dictionaries like this, so. But it's the same with building table, research table, recipe table. Cache table is just gonna be, I think that's just an array of file paths. Yeah. So you can say that's an array of strings. Or in that case, I could just say act string array. So I think those are more optimized. They're specifically designed for dealing with strings, so. Now loot table is actually a different one. This is a string of arrays. Effects table is string dictionary. Regions table is string dictionary. Spawner table is a act string array. UI spawner table is the same. Created in table, I'm not sure about that actually. We have to figure that one out. Right, dictionary. Unlocks table, I think is the same. Player UI scenes. Let's see what that is. It's like a UI table. Let's find out where I use that. Player UI scenes. For path, so that's also a act string array. So the only one I haven't done in here is like the created in table. Let's search for that. And I think that's probably a string dictionary. I think that has a list of each item. But I'm not sure. Created table. Let's just see how it's generated. So we get our item ID for items table. So we say created in is actually an array. So it's just a list of item IDs that each have an array of buildings that they are created in. So it's a dictionary of string and array. Alright. And last loaded saves is a dictionary. A bunch of things. Dungeon IDs is a string array. Yeah, anyways. I don't really think statically typing any of that stuff is really going to make that much of a meaningful difference. It never really does, but it doesn't hurt. Probably. I bet if I close Blender and all of this other stuff in the background, my game would probably run better. because I've also got deadlift open. I am probably going to reopen deadlift to work on it today. And we also have lured in, and that's actually playing. I forgot to close this. This has been open for days. It's kind of funny. I just forgot. We can close that too. But I do want to work on that. And of course, the final nail in the coffin. I'm streaming. And that always tanks my performance on everything, so. Usually when I was running this not on stream, I was at like 120 FPS, hanging around there. Which is pretty good. I am curious to open up like a larger, more dangerous save though, just for fun. Because we've made so many changes to all these things, the item culling and stuff, it's kind of like, sometimes it's good to go back through on some of these saves. I don't remember which one was the insane crazy one. I wonder if that crashing has finally stopped on this save. It might not have. I don't really know. This save is going to take a minute. One optimization I would love to implement at some point is changing the way that items are actually saved, or buildings are saved and stuff, any scenes. Because the way it works right now is the way buildings are stored. Yeah, the save doesn't crash anymore. I think it was a conveyor belt issue with this save, or that one crash that was happening, so that's cool. The save actually runs a lot better now with all the new changes we've done recently, which is kind of cool. I remember this save used to be kind of completely unplayable. It was like 5 FPS for me. And that's, of course, while streaming. I bet if I wasn't streaming, this would be not bad. This save is pretty crazy. Not the craziest save anymore, which is wild. I think Zarenthal's save is actually larger than this one, so... I could see the use of GPU particles when you get to like crazy setups like this, like having tons of particles on screen. But also we do like the visual culling now, so particles don't even do anything when they're not on screen. So I don't know if that actually matters much anymore. Anyways, let's see what's going on in here. So physics is almost nothing. Audio, it's a millisecond. It's not a ton, since, you know, it is 63 milliseconds, but... Now the script functions. This is where the funny things are. Let's just stop it and do some research in here. So mover.try is really slow. And I think that's just because we have a lot of movers in here that are empty. They don't have anything they're connecting into, which is always very inefficient. So... we're going to change that. Movers, I'm pretty sure I optimized now to where they are signal-based, so you can see just a lot of this stuff. Researchers, bees. I'm sure there's a lot of bees around. So. But yeah, if we break all of these movers that are not connected to anything, it's probably going to save a lot of performance. Because the way that the movers work is if they don't have two valid connections, they're going to be continually running their physics raycasts and waiting and searching for something to connect to. So when you have a bunch of just empty movers like this, they're searching constantly. They're like, is there a thing there yet? Nope. Is there a thing there yet? Nope. So it's just really inefficient. Yeah, even already that's improved FPS a little bit. Of course, now we got all these items laying around, but I don't know if items really have that much of a performance impact anymore. I think I've done more optimization on those guys. But there's probably more movers where those came from. I mean, let's run the profiler and see if that fixed it. Mover.try. I think that's better. But there's probably more. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should convert these researcher particles and stuff and all these particles over into GPU particles. I really don't think it would make that much of a difference, but you never know. When FPS is low like this, you can see the culling table. And I wonder if inside of my conveyor code, if there's an optimization I could actually make in there. I'm just thinking about how the object calling works, right? Because I have a check-in process that's making sure that these items are in view. I think. Yeah, if box has point, conveyor position. But you know what? Is that even a good way to do it? Because I'm doing this every single frame. And I imagine that maybe this has point function here is causing most of my performance problems. You know? Just continually updating the size of this. Like, I am kind of interested in potentially changing this to only happen every couple frames. Right? So we could say var polling frame count is 0. And then down back in there. I'm just curious to see if this is going to make any kind of improvement. Let's go into a save, though, where it's a little easier to benchmark. This one's just so insane that's kind of like not super easy. Let's go into this guy, I guess. Oh, did I go into a save that doesn't have my floors and stuff? That's too bad. I guess I lost my cool save with my Christmas setup and everything. I should have saved it. That's too bad. Oh well. Okay, well, let's do our profiling here. Alright, so our conveyor process is running about 0.85. Sometimes it peaks up to like 1. Sometimes it drops. Let's just say on average, hanging around 1 millisecond here. Nah, more like on average it's like 0.8 actually. Okay, but anyways. So we know what that is. Now we're going to go in here and say calling frame count plus equals 1 and say if calling frame count is equal to 5, greater than or equal to 5, that's only when we do it. And then we say calling frame count is back to 0. So I'm kind of curious to see if that works. I mean, we could do that, or we just do... we could probably do this better. Because I set final draw to be empty every single frame. Let's make final draw a variable up on top instead now. then let's say function calculate draw. Now we can copy all of this stuff in here. And actually, if there's no global active player, I really don't want any of this stuff to be drawn, right? So let's just say, if there's no player, just return. And then let's say final draw dot clear. And not even worry about the box stuff until this happens here. And final draw that. Alright, so calculate draw, it's going to do that stuff. And then once we hit frame, let's do frame 10. It actually does its drawing. Oh, so realize there's actually... I'm going to need to do the drawing differently. Than the culling. Oh, yeah, no, I already do that, don't I? Yeah, no, we're fine. Okay, I'm not that stupid. This is where I do the actual drawing, and then this is the culling. Okay, yeah. So all this is doing is just creating a list of conveyor belts that are within the view of the player. So it's clearing that list, box, all of that stuff. The only potential issue that could happen here is if a conveyor that's being drawn is not valid anymore, if it was removed. So that's something that I do want to experiment with. That could potentially be an issue. But yeah, I'm curious to see if this changes performance at all. Oh, is this going to be the wrong autosave? We'll see. No, we're okay. Okay, so I can't see anything in the conveyors. That's a little funny. Oh, I forgot to actually call that function. I'm a silly guy. Okay, so there's all the items. You can see, like, I can move around, and it really doesn't cause any issues. Here, let's not break stuff, since we made a... And if I pick up items and stuff, is it going to be fine? Oh yeah, it's totally fine. There is some weird, a little bit of weird flickering going on, though, as you can see. But now... It's actually interesting, though, because I realize that that flickering that happens is not linked to... That's fascinating. I am seeing a billion errors get thrown in here. Attempted to get a variable of type null into a type dictionary key of string. I see. We can type that as a string. But then it cries. Maybe this is why I didn't make that optimization to this before. We'll just go ahead and do this instead. If item ID let's just say if not item ID, then return that. Otherwise, we just return that, because it should exist then. Or it'll just return NAI if it doesn't find it. So we do actually want to pass that as a... Alright, let's try this again. Ooh. Okay, well, we're fine. Is that fixed now? Yeah, we're fine. Okay, so there's still definitely the flickering you can see of like the culling or whatever happening. It's very interesting. I wonder why it's like doing that flickering. So that's something I would like to figure out. Here, let's automate this collection so I'm not just sitting here grabbing things. All right. All right, interesting. So let's see. Twitch B3 RLI. I have a big problem in my game with conveyor belts and showing the items on it. Give me a short review of what you're, calling doing. The system for the conveyors in Starground, I'm not gonna lie, is quite complex and optimized. I've done some custom shaders for getting items to display on conveyor belts just for performance reasons. So it's a little complicated, to be honest. But the general idea of it is that each conveyor has... Oh, what? I can't replace... Oh, that's weird. I think that's a bug that we have to fix. It's not letting me replace these conveyors. Oh, it's probably just because I don't have the items or something. Hold on. Sorry that I'm distracted. That's funny. Okay, I just need to check if we're in creative mode when that happens. Okay, here. Just to do a little test loop, I'm just gonna make a thing specifically for this. You know, just something like this. That extends long enough so it has time. Alright, anyway, sorry. Continuing with what I was saying. Oh, moving. So I have a custom shader. Each conveyor belt is just a tile. It stores an ID of what item is on top of it. The custom shader that I have, it pulls in that ID and figures out what item it should be displaying. And the way I do the shader, I can show you my shader. It's like conveyor shader something, whatever I called it. It's not that one. It's conveyor. Which one is it? It might just not be on a node. But if we go into... Should be in level? Is where conveyor is? I can't remember. Yeah, so it's got this multi-mesh instance node down here, and this is what I'm using to display the items. I wouldn't recommend doing this route. Because it's tricky, but here's the code. Basically, what I'm passing in here is a couple different things. So I have this big atlas texture that I generate at the beginning of the game, and that contains an index of every single item in the game. So I can use this shader on this multi-mesh instance and pass in the size of the item and the position here. And that's what I'm doing here. And I'm adjusting the UV being displayed on the atlas for that. I know it's complicated. It's a whole thing, but basically what I would boil it down to and what I recommend, if you're doing these as nodes, you can just put a sprite 2D on top of each conveyor belt and then put a sprite on it. Just move it from one side to the other, and as soon as the item hits this point, make the item go invisible, and then the next conveyor in the line, make that item go visible. You know, it's really straightforward. I think it's just easy to overcomplicate stuff like this sometimes. So, yeah, that's all you really need to do. It's not too bad. If you're doing this as a tile set like I am, then you're going to need to have a separate node for displaying the items on top. I would recommend something like a multi-mesh instance because it's very convenient. But keep in mind, a multi-mesh instance can only display, I believe, one texture at a time. So that's why I have my funny little shader set up here, so that I can just set each conveyor belt with a different shader, right? Because you can do like per instance parameters. It's a little complicated, but hopefully that helps though. I mean, if you have any specific questions about conveyor belt stuff or how they work, let me know. So yeah, this is flickering a lot. I'm trying to think of why this is flickering. I think it's because what's happening is we have an item go through. It's still doing that stuff, isn't it? I don't think it's actually doing it anymore. Oh, it just did some though. So it's passing stuff in that's not a string. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Thanks, helps me. I got a few ideas to try out. Cool, yeah, no worries. No problem at all. Yeah, if you ever have more questions about stuff, feel free to pop into the stream chat and I can try and describe or go through like how I would have solved that issue or whatever. Okay, this is all in the item cost indicators, which is interesting. Implicit ready. Oh, it's because it's happening here with null. That's a little annoying. I guess I can't really type those because it's just going to cause issues, but it's whatever. So for stuff like research table, because sometimes it passes in null, I can type it as a dictionary, but I have to do that, and same with buildings table. Unless I had another function like get item data, which I probably should do that, but it's fine. Then recipe table, I'm pretty sure that'll only ever pass in a string. But I have to keep an eye on that. Okay, so I think the item is leaving before the Kohler updates, right? Let's slow this down with V1 conveyors. What? Oh, this is one of the bugs that I was worried about. Is that conveyor is not valid. So I have to check, is that instance actually valid? Or just say if it's not valid, continue. What the heck? What is going on with my mouse? It's offset. That's not where my mouse is, bro. So cool. Whatever. So the items going through here like this, I don't really see flickering, except the front item, though, does flicker. Now the problem, though, I think, is what if we have, like, some of each item, you know what I mean? Oh my god, what is up with my cursor, dude? I don't know how to do this. I mean, it doesn't really seem to be broken. It's just telling me which conveyor belts to be drawing. Which basically should just be any conveyor belt. I guess the fix to this is don't care if it has an ID or not, right? Just if there is a conveyor belt and it is inside the position, then put it in there, right? And then down here we can say if conveyor item ID is empty, we don't draw it. So theoretically, I think that should allow me to have a much larger polling frame count. Let's just set it to something insane so we can test the limits of this. And then as we move around, you can see it'll probably start to like update. So does this actually make any kind of meaningful performance impact? That's the question, right? I don't really know. But I feel like it would. Instead of having to update this constantly every single frame. But here's where we can actually test it now. Let's just let this run for a second. Stop. And now, does this make any meaningful difference? Conveyor controller has dropped a lot. I don't know if that's just a fluke. So maybe this does actually help a ton. It's possible. Seems like it does, actually. So I think this is going to have a huge performance impact then, if this is the case, on saves with way more conveyor belts. So if we go back to that insane one, right? Wherever it was. This one. With tons of conveyor belts. Is this one going to run better? So obviously right now we have this on an insanely long timer. This is 120 frames. That's not going to work. But even if we can decrease the number of updates on this by like 5 times, that would probably be really good. I think we did grab a couple more frames on there. Sometimes it drops down, but generally I'm seeing it spike up into the 20s more often, which is good. Let's profile and see where we're at. Okay. And then see what is our thing running at. That is not bad. So the actual process of conveyor controller is just not here. Very interesting. And if I do self, yeah, I just don't see it in here. So that's not bad. That's a good little optimization. Yeah, I don't even see it in here anymore. It used to be the slowest thing in the game. Conveyor controller item moved. Obviously, this is at a state that's way too infrequent. Like, and it still does have some kind of impact because you're going to see more spikes as things update. And if we're moving around and stuff and loading in new regions, it's gonna matter. But the only thing you would get though is stuff like this, where you get like items piling up. Like you can see that happening here, right? Where those sprites there don't actually get reset to nothing. So that is, you know, one thing. And it's just because we're not resetting the instance count here. So, yeah, I don't know. Clears and resizes the buffer. Okay. Let's try decreasing this frame count. What if we do it every 2 frames or something? Like, way more often. And you're probably going to see that function arrive back in here. We pause it and check in here. B. Still not really that bad, though. Maybe it's not on that frame. It's kind of fascinating. Yeah, item moved and add item and stuff is just much more Update visual. What is update visual doing? It's down here. Okay, that is an RPC. Alright. But it's definitely improved, for sure. So yeah, this is probably a good optimization. You can see there is a little bit of a, like when I scroll in and out and stuff. But we can alleviate a lot of issues like that using signals, so there's ways around it. Like here, that looks mostly okay. Yeah, the only issue though is it's just not knowing. I mean, maybe we don't set. We have to know there. One thing that we could potentially do, which this might not be great. Because I think I've done this before, but we could say for IN final draw, and then we check these things, and then we save our count. And then here we say count plus equals 1. Conveyor and final draw. Okay, so now we know a count. We could do the set instance count every frame, but I imagine that's probably sort of part of what made it run bad. But I don't know. So these are just conveyors nearby. And instead of doing that dot size, we just say count. I'm curious to see how this performs, because this would fix the issue of items remaining there when they've already been grabbed. It's probably not great to have 2 for loops. And you can see it's right back up at the top. So as far as I can tell, the thing that's slow is running this function, is setting the instance count, right? So I almost wonder if it's better to just draw this as an empty image, you know? Maybe that's the play. So instead of setting instance count over there and stuff, we get rid of all that. Get rid of count. Only set that once. Because maybe drawing it more often is just faster. So we're going to say if well, let's do if that is invalid or that, then we can just draw it as an empty. We don't have to set any of this stuff, and then we say continue here. And then say index plus equals 1. So I'm curious to see if this is going to help performance and then fix all of our weird issues. So we're just going to set custom instance data here. Index. And then color, which I know it's weird that it's a color, but that's just how it works. Snooze that. Atlas index. We just say 0 size. 0, 0, 0, which is transparent color. So theoretically, that should just draw it as an empty pixel. And that might just be more optimized. So we run that. Let's see where we're at. Yeah. It's not in here anymore. So I think this is the best way to do it. Basically, we only, get the list of valid conveyors every once in a while. So now we can increase this much more. And I'd rather do this calculate draw as a timer instead, so I think we're going to go ahead and do that. So instead of running this in here, we're just going to create a timer at the beginning. Do have ready in here. So we're going to say timer.new. Calling timer is that. Let's type timer. And then we say calling timer dot start. Calling timer dot wait time is equal to 0.1 seconds. Should be pretty reasonable. Then we start the timer. Now we're gonna say calling timer dot finished or something, or dot, what is it? Timeout dot connect to calculate draw. And we're gonna run calculate draw just once at the beginning so that, you know, I'm sure we're up to date. And then also we're gonna say, man, I don't even really need to add this as a child, I guess. Or no, it doesn't actually do any of this stuff unless it's added, I believe. So let's say add child calling timer and then start it. So that's going to update every 0.1 seconds regardless of FPS and stuff. So we don't have to check calling frame count or any of that now. Just whenever this function is called. So we can get rid of that variable up here. Don't set that anymore. Then for I, int, and data. What is this? Oh, it's a dictionary. Vector to I in data. There is that. If it doesn't have it, then we push it back there. Oh, and we should not be setting it there. It should be after, like that. After we calculate final draw. Alright. So this should be quite optimized. We got our index, we loop through. If it's not a valid conveyor or if it's empty, we set the sprite to invisible. Alright. Let's relaunch the game and try it out. I hope this works. I've been trying to optimize the conveyor process more, so I'm glad that I'm finally doing it. It's just complicated. Item calling like that or object calling really helps a lot. Because like there's some things that regardless of what we do, we'll have to process every frame. Like moving an item on a conveyor, unless I want only conveyors around the player to move items, which obviously that is bad, then it's gonna have to go every frame. So there's nothing I can do to really ever prevent that or optimize it. Whoa. I don't know if you guys are seeing that. That is wild. I can't tell if the items are flickering. They aren't like flickering. Well, they are when I move. What is going on? Is it because the time of that happening is now independent of when the actual drawing thing happens? Maybe that's what's happening. So I have to probably put this into a different thing now. Call it draw items. And then in process we say draw items. Or honestly, I guess I change this now to the draw function. Well, nah, because that doesn't happen every frame, so. So we also call draw items now as soon as I'm done here as well. Let me calculate draw. Let's see if that fixes the flashing. Nice, that actually does. So the only other thing that I saw, which was wild, was the lines at spawn. I don't know if that happens anymore. I don't think it does. I think that was an artifact of it not updating its actual drawing process, so. Let's run the profiler, see how everything is running. Let's do like a pretty large zoom level and stuff. Oh, I don't have cheats on, so let's do that. Say God true, I don't know, I'm not. And now we can see how everything's going. So that's item moved. Add item, update visual. Yeah, that's pretty good. Move item. Vary controller, draw item. So even with this massive view, that's only a millisecond on that, which is really not that bad, given how enormous this camera view is. Just how many conveyors are in this view, too. But if we're at a more normal zoom level, like something like this, we can run the profiler again. See if we can even find it in here. So expand it. And we're looking for all of this stuff in here. So conveyor controller.add item. So update visual and calculate draw right there. Which those are not too bad. Could even do like not update draw items every frame. I don't think that's gonna work, but I do wonder what happens if we moved this into the draw function. I think it's just gonna ruin everything. Unless it's fine. It's very weird though. I don't know why it's like that. Strange. What if I go into a normal save? This is very... It's so weird how that looks, because the draw function is slow, I guess. Yeah, that's not going to work. I wish I could do, like, interpolation, but obviously I can't. It just won't work. So we have to do this. Oh, that's weird, though. Even then, in process, it's still jittery. Why is it doing that? That's extremely strange. Why is it doing that? It's like it's pixel perfect. Why does it do that? Otherwise it should be doing this stuff. Gets the transform. That's so weird. That's like it only happens over in there. After I set the instance count. Ugh. Data index. I mean, it is printing here, right? Every frame? It is. But only... It's so weird. If I hide that, you can see not doing anything in the process event. I don't know how that's even happening. Oh, you're funny. You're real funny. It's interesting though how you can see like the update speed, which is kind of fast. I could probably really increase that a little bit more. We could probably do every 0.3 seconds and then increase the range just a little bit down here, the box. Which I do, I say plus 32. We can like do a bit more. And I guess I'm gonna restart the game. I don't know why it's not running the process of that. I love optimization, guys. My lip hurts. So you can see it's normal now. It just wasn't running the process event. Just decided, nah, I'm not gonna do it anymore. And I'm not really seeing any weird, like, horrific item issues. I don't see them stacking up too bad. I presume most of the time you're going to be running at a decent FPS. Like, if things look bad when you're lagging out really bad, I think it's okay. I'm visually optimizing for, you know, the game running at a decent FPS. It's easier to assume the best or whatever. Not assume the best, but like just make the baseline the game running good. Sometimes it's hard to optimize, or like especially the visuals for low FPS, because you can see things easier. But I'd rather just make things run better by assuming a higher you get the idea. So this is still not great. 0.4 milliseconds. I mean, it's better than what it was, but this is kind of a small save. There's not like a lot of conveyors going on, so it's interesting that it isn't that much different. Well, a lot of the times it is, though. I think it's because, I mean, you can see when we actually pause it and see in total, like, it's not that bad. Yeah, you can see the process event, and this is also in inclusive mode, so this doesn't count. Let's try clear and then self mode. We can see conveyor keeps moving around. We just check on a given frame. Okay, so draw items is 0.3 milliseconds, which is pretty good. I don't see conveyor controller like updating the other thing in here, so. And you can see like the items. I don't really see any flickering with my movements. I think that's a good sign. I can see sometimes if I go really fast, the items take a second to kind of become visible, but it's really not that noticeable. So I think we're doing pretty good there. I don't want to decrease the update rate at all. So that's going to clear the array, do all that stuff, take into account zoom level. If it doesn't have it, continue, otherwise put it on there. And then set the instance count. It also runs draw items, and that's kind of... I mean, we sort of have to, because when we got rid of that, you can see all the nasty flickering happen. Just because there's a moment in there where it's not like you can see crazy stuff going on at spawn. You see that, right? So we have to have that updating forcibly after each draw. But I wish I could, like, optimize that somehow. Because if we've already drawn items in a given frame, it would be ideal that we just don't draw it again. So I wonder how I could do that. I could just say immediately at the beginning, I could say var has drawn. It's false. So in here we say has drawn is equal to true. Then I'm also going to say override is false. Here we say it's true. If override, we do it anyways. Or not as drawn. And then in here we say as drawn is true. And then down here we only do this if we have not drawn. Otherwise we say has drawn is false here. So I think that should optimize it. Let's see if it actually does, though. Well, we're going to have to quit and load back in, probably. Oh, we're already at 3 hours and 30 minutes. Could work on deadlift for a little bit. Alright, so let's see where we're at. Stop. Straw items. It's maybe slightly better. But it's not going to make a huge difference. Draw items at 0.39. I mean, I guess it's fine. So let's do this. If not, override and has drawn. Let me just return. It's probably better to prevent that draw. Well, I think this is about as optimized as this is going to get. Basically just doing, instead of updating this culling stuff every single frame, I do think it is a little bit better. Before, when we were running this, I think we were more, I remember we were like at 1 millisecond. And now it's down to 0.3. So it is better, even on smaller saves like this. Yeah, I mean, you can see it is not bad. And I imagine really the time where it's going to be way better is on very large saves with tons of conveyor belts everywhere. So we can go look at that one. This one should have the largest noticeable impact. It's gonna be nice to work on a game where optimization doesn't matter. You know? Like with Deadlift. Like, of course it matters, but it's nothing like Starground. It's not like there's things that I, like, have major impacts. You're never gonna have anything that has thousands of duplicate objects around, like, it'll be much better. Much easier. The kind of optimization in something like Deadlift is way different. Because Starground's multiplayer, it means that everything has to be, like, processing actively. Because what if another player comes along? I have to make sure that that thing is doing stuff still. But with Deadlift, it's like, if I just want to make the game run better, just say, if something's not in view, just stop everything. Just completely deactivate. So it's so much easier. It's kind of wild. But this seems okay. So far everything's running all right. Maybe we can profile it and see. And then you can see the draw event in here is very minimal. Calculate draw is not that bad because it only called 13 times. And same with the Kohler. I think the Kohler is the same rate of updating, isn't it? That was interesting. I just saw that tree instantly disappear. Maybe because I wasn't in frame when I saw the particles started playing. I don't know, that's interesting. Yeah, anyways. I should probably also add the bees to the Kohler. Actually, I think they are in the Kohler. Ugh. Culling. Get nodes in group callable. Bees might not be callable. I'm gonna go check the bee scene. They're not. I'm gonna create a new global group. Callable. Since we're using that. Yeah, I could definitely cull bees. That would probably help a lot. Now they're in there. So does that make a meaningful impact? It is hard to tell because I have to move fast enough. Cheats are disabled. Let's boom. But here, if I go, well, they are calling, right? It's really hard to tell. Do you guys see him pop in? I'm not seeing them pop in. It's so hard to tell, though. I don't know. I might have to restart the game before that actually takes effect. Just trying to think if there's anything in, like, that would benefit from being in the callable stuff. Object resource probably does it. Let's see where we call callable. Because maybe the bee already is in the group. No, he's not. So the player... We don't call players. Items we do. Entities we do. Oh, and all breakables. So we do. Okay. So I just added bees in here too. Because they're a node that spawns a lot. Sometimes there can be hundreds of them, so probably not a bad idea. Alright, well, did we get most of the stuff we wanted to do? I'm just going through and make sure. Like, the big thing is I wanted to get the 2 walls and 2 doors, which we did. So I think that's like almost everything. And then as far as bugs go, this is a bug I need to fix. The edge of the planet thing. I want to dive into that, see if we can fix that bug really quick, because it's just annoying. Let's also load this autosave again and see if... Also, that other bug on multiplayer with the Star Launcher screen goes wild. That's kind of a nasty thing I need to fix. I really don't know what's going on with that. Oh, look at that. That's quite a bit better. So, adding bees to the Cobalt group does seem to help a decent amount. Obviously, performance varies, you know. But I feel like that was a little bit better, at least when we loaded in. Got up to 25. And all those guys are in there. Oh, there's some weird jank. Why did those just flicker in and out like that? What? You see that, right? What is going on with that? Is that a culling thing? That is really strange. Oh, and that bee's just gone. What? I just watched a bee collect an item and then they just disappeared. That is so weird. So how does the culling box get stuff? Does it get the viewport wrecked? Yeah, it does. I kind of don't like how all this stuff is set up. It's a little messy. It's a little bit easier to read inside of here. I kind of want to maybe convert this inside of the culling node. Because we're just getting size instead of just getting the viewport wrecked. I don't know why. But then it's so much easier just to add this as the margin. And set the position. I'm just going to say if return. I think I'm going to do that. Because why do we have all this? Like, it's getting the center position, but it's just using different boxes for no reason. I prefer to just control the margin by adjusting the size of the box. I think it would just be way more easy. Unless there's some kind of reason this is happening in here, but I don't think so. Because we have lamp margin, which is just 300. I don't know why the other margin is set to 0. That's kind of probably the reason it keeps flickering all the time. Then lamp margin, let's just set to 384. Because then we also have this one, which is... Oh yeah, that's the areas. That's 256. So yeah, I'd love to just get rid of all that complexity. And then down here, it's so much more simple because I just say box as point. So then if it's in here, I say box.size plus equals just what I do right here. And then that would be the lamp margin. Same sort of code I do in the conveyors. Yeah, let's try this. And then we don't have to do that initial thing. Oh, we do have to get position after we set the margin, so that's fine. Let's honestly just do a function for this. And we're going to set the margin. And then box, we just set to an empty rect2 up here, so we just say rect2 box. Oh, var box type of rect2, like that. Then set box, we say box is equal to the viewport rect. We get the size. Then we say box.size plus equals margins. So this is just way more straightforward. Yeah. So if we're a lamp, we're going to say set box, lamp margin. And then, let's see, I'm just thinking how this works. Otherwise, new visibility is just going to be that. We don't set the box. Or we do with regular margin, I guess. I'm just thinking here. And then this is just going to check box has point. Area margin. Yeah. So is this optimized? Let's see. Let me do that once. Only do that one once. This one we do twice, which is not ideal. Yeah, let's do this. If node is buildable and all that. Well, I have to know all of this stuff, though. That's the thing. I mean, I could just have a variable that's like done. Or if new visibility has been set, we can do that. Okay, so we set box, set new visibility. Then down here, we just say if not new visibility. If it hasn't been set, then we set it to the default margin. Oops. Margins has to be vector 2. Margins. It's probably going to crash out. That's fine. Let's reopen. What was the other thing I was literally just doing? Also, one nice thing about this for optimization is that if it's one of these things, it doesn't calculate the box stuff until it actually needs to. So it should run faster this way. Oh yeah, we're going to fix the Star Launcher bug. That was the other thing I wanted to do. And I think I was just messing around with the culling stuff. Which does culling update as soon as I change my zoom level? Because I thought I had a signal connected up to that, but maybe I didn't. It would help make it a little more seamless if I did it that way. Oh, that's really good. Okay, not terrible. Oh yeah, and I was getting some weird... Wasn't I getting weird, crazy issues? Yeah, that was what was happening. Down in the farm, stuff was going wild for some reason. Like, bees were just disappearing and stuff. It was like, well, what is going on? I mean, it seems okay right now. I don't know what's going on with that flickering, though. I mean, you guys see that, right? Where the tree is, like, flashing every once in a while. So it's extremely odd. What is that flashing all about? Is it something to do with the culling causing that, you know? I don't even know. Very weird. Does that happen in, like, any other kind of save? Or is it just this one or something? Just this specific configuration? I'm not really sure. There's, like, weird stuff that happens. Sometimes the bees just disappear. And I don't know what's going on with that. You can see it happen. Sometimes. Like, that guy just disappeared. What's going on with that? Is it that he's getting cold, or is he literally just disappearing? Wait a minute. Something's not right. I don't think he's getting cold. A bee goes there, and then sometimes they go to another farm, I think, and then just die. Right? Unless it's not. Unless it's just a weird... one of those things. I don't know, man. It's whack. It's really hard to tell. Also, on the culling component here... where do I have this set up? Is that inside of here? No. Where does culling actually happen? Is that in... yeah, I guess it's inside of the player. Then the culler right here. Okay, so that is set to happen every 0.3 seconds, which is probably good. Now, one thing, yeah, I have zoom change connected to update culling, but it just doesn't seem to work. So that's interesting. You can see it definitely like takes a second to update. So I wonder why it does it like that. Is it actually getting called, you know? Maybe that's just the problem here. I'm just going to connect this up to a function that says print. And then also runs update calling. Let's see what this does. Oh, it's not even emitting the signal, so that's the issue here. On this one, zoom change is not happening. But that's so weird though. It is emitting in here. Zoom changed. Dot emit. But then in the caller, owner. The owner should be the player. Oh, I have to reload the game. Oh. It's really strange though if it's not updating. Joining game. It better be updating. Okay, it is. I guess it's just a little slight delay between the zoom signal and the redrawing or whatever, or setting visibility back to true. So it's almost like I need to call that before I actually commit the zoom, but it's kind of, I don't know how I would really do that. Does calling have any kind of like waiting? You know? I mean, I think it only matters when you're at a really low FPS like this, or you only really see it like that. So maybe it's not as big of a problem as I think. But anyways, I know that it's emitting, so it's not that. Well, I don't know what's going on with the culling with the bees down there. It's just super weird. I don't know why the bees just disappear. Like, what would be causing that? And I am checking positions, right? Yeah. And then all these farm plots flickering. Like, that to me is really strange. I don't know why that happens. Node. Is this why? I don't think so, no. So if it's a lamp... Do I have that as just a thing? No. Then I do lamp margin. Otherwise I do an area margin down here. Otherwise I do the normal margin. And then if it's different from what it used to be, then I set it to the new thing. Box.hasPoint. So rect with a negative size. I could print out what this is, and I imagine it's fine. Was this showing the... That's the size, I guess? Oh. No, that's the position. Minus 847, and then size is 1280 by 720, basically. That's pretty normal. I don't know, it's just very strange flickering stuff. I don't know why it's doing that. It's just so weird. Like, why the farm plots, though? I don't have any weird visibility stuff in those, I don't think. Just doesn't make any sense why those ones specifically would be flickering. I mean, let's look at the farm plot code, I guess, really quick. But it's just, you got your main sprite right here. normal. Nothing weird about it. I mean, it's got a weird position, I guess. I can change that. Oh, wait, no, I have to do that because the sprite on top, right? I don't remember. Actually, no, I don't think that's the case, because the sprite on top should always be on top. And then this is just going to go on top like that. So yeah, why on earth would this be flickering? I mean, it's in Collables. It's on save. Is there some kind of odd visibility thing in here? I don't think so. Crop drop, set sprite. I am doing this when it gets watered. So maybe that's what's causing this? Let's take a close look. Here, let's just get a farm plot and just watch and observe. And see if it, Also, now I just can't see... Oh, it's because I set all their sprites to null. Okay, this one is about to consume a water. Let's watch. Is it gonna flicker? Let's see. It does. Oh, it's just going dry for just a microsecond. Okay, I see what's happening. So this is a really easy fix. We can just check before we actually set the sprite what our water level is. That's because we have water changed. Where do we say set sprite? Oh, is that just a signal? Yeah, right here. Yeah, instead of doing that, I think we could do this better. Because we could just say when water runs out here... I don't know. I mean, I guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay, at least I know what was going on, though. I was, like, going crazy. I was like, what is happening? I just thought it's consuming water. It's not anything to worry about. There's still some weirdness with the bees, though. I don't know why those guys would be changing or just going invisible. I don't think they have any weird visibility stuff in here in the bee script. They do not. I mean, they do some initial texture stuff at the very beginning. They just play an animation. But all of those things have animations, so it's not really bad. Yeah, I don't know. Strange. Well, I guess it's fine. Okay, anyways, before we head out, let's see if we can just fix that other bug really quick. Ultra uber quick. So this seems mostly normal now. There's still a little weird bit of jank sometimes. But it's like fine. And zooming is normal now, which is good. Let's go into a new save so we can actually properly test this. It's too laggy here. Ah, fresh save. Oops. Let's place down our star launcher. See, what is going on with that? It's just, I don't think it's a multiplayer thing then. It just wants to launch me into the corner, which is extremely strange. So let's go into this code and try and figure this out. What does it scroll up and down? 1,000,000,000 times delta. And this I want to clamp even faster. Lerp faster, whatever. Feels pretty good. Okay, so does that just... Why does that happen? Keeps launching me into the corner. Let's print when this becomes... We're in here, the position. I want to print... Star Launcher position. So it says that our position is 960 by 480. Does that change if I change my resolution? No. But then what is going on with that? And it's not changing my position. Well, it kind of did. Like if I get out of this now, 1632, 1053. It said it was 2000, but obviously it's not moving it to that position. Like something's very strange here. Because I say position is get screen center position. Yeah, that's just that position, though. Input. There's got to be something happening in here that's screwing up my position, right? Let's, like, print position here. So I move over here. I get out of it. And I just immediately lerp back. It's so weird. So what is doing that? It's not the scrolling, so it's none of that stuff. Could be that we have input active, but I really doubt that. I do get a gap here. Maybe that's the problem. If either of those are clicked. We should just say either of those, and also we have an initial drag start. Maybe that's the problem. Let's set drag start to just nothing. But it will be a type of vector too. Maybe this is the bug. Okay, that's what it was saved as my last position. There we go. So weird. Also, something that I don't like, how it does that initial zoom out. It sometimes is a little disorienting. I think I'm going to go ahead and immediately set the zoom level down here instead of lerping it. So zoom level is that. I want to just set a couple things here. I want to immediately say zoom is equal to zoom level. So now when I go in here... Ooh. Oh, I have to set it to a vector 2 of zoom level. Whoopsies. Alright, look at this, guys. Are you ready for this? Boom. Snap. Right there. It does do, like, some position lerping still, though. Like that. I don't know why it does that. Because I should be hard setting my position. Oh, it's because of camera stuff. So what I need to do at the beginning is say... It's like reset smoothing. I've had that happen with other cameras. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. So now it'll just remember the last position you were at without any funny business. And hopefully that fixes most of the multiplayer bugs. I still don't know why sometimes on multiplayer, though, the Star Launcher just gets extremely slow. That's still one of those bugs I'm trying to figure out. Your face is a position lerp? Dude. Come on, man. Is it because I just need to make these local to scene? Maybe. Oh yeah, season. I must let you know. I can't remember if you were interested in it or not, but There's a new update to Zomboid. It's the multiplayer is back. I remember somebody didn't like Zomboid or something. I can't remember who though. Let's see. I want to set shader parameters, so I want to make this whole thing local. Make that one local, and then make the dust. All right, let's try this again, and we're gonna launch this into multiplayer. Also, something I want to do on all of this code here for Planet Parent and everything. That one's fine, I guess. But this one, like doing any of the camera stuff, I only want to run this code if I'm actually the, you know, the real guy. So I'm just going to say if not, multiplayer.is authority, or is multiplayer authority, queue free. You know, just get rid of yourself. All right, let's try this again. So let's customize the run instances. We're gonna do 2. I don't think there's any multiplayer stuff with this camera whatsoever, so we can just free it. Side-eye. Side-eye would be like, I'm just going. I mean, I guess that's a side-eye. This is the eyebrow raise. How's it feel on Zomboid until I got to drive the cars? Oh, yeah. The cars are really fun. I always like the mechanic stuff with the cars. There's a lot of new interesting stuff with the new Zomboid update. You can build, like, factory production lines now, which is insane. So, I am really excited to try it out. I've been waiting so long. It's been eons. But yeah, if anybody wants to play season, if you want to play it. No. Me and Psycho are going to be playing tomorrow, I think? Something like that. So I can finally be free at every achievement Destiny 2. Oh my god. That's crazy, dude. How many achievements does Destiny 2 have? Let's see. Let's do / game mode creative. Okay. Please don't lag. Okay, now I just can't do anything. So, epic fail. I don't know why I can't move. We're not the multiplayer authority. Oh, I guess we can't do that. Let's just say, hey, don't do that. Okay. Seems fine on the server side. What about the client? Seems good to me. And now it's not going to be messing up the shader if I have 2 Star Launcher menus open at the same time. Because what was happening before is these shaders weren't set to local, so when you modified this shader on one person's view, it would change it for the other person. I think. This is causing a lot of issues. Right? Wasn't that happening? Or is that only because of funny multiplayer stuff? Maybe all I needed to do on here instead was just say, you know, if is visible in tree. Let's just not run anything if it's not visible. You know, if it didn't work, if it's so done, yeah. That's all good. Yeah, let's just do that. And that should fix all of our issues. And now we don't have to make these local. Local is fine, but it does mean that you end up using more resources because you're essentially duplicating the resource. So that, like, you can modify them independently. But that's not always, you know, optimal performance. I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, let's restart again really quick. 23. That's crazy. Dude, don't even get me started on cookie clicker achievements. Ooh. Let's go. It can be kind of fun to 100% stuff. Achievements for me, like, the amount of fun they are varies a lot. It just depends on how they're set up. Like, I think games that have, like, 700 achievements are just kind of too much for me to handle. It's just way too many achievements, in my opinion. Like, Cookie Clicker has that many, and it's just... I'm just never gonna be able to do it. There's no way I'm ever gonna get... ever 100% that game, you know? I feel like a good, like, maximum number of achievements is, like, probably, like, 100. I think any more than that, and it gets a little ridiculous. So... yeah, this looks pretty good, I think. Setting everything properly. Cool. I think we're gaming. You know, now that I'm messing around with this, I feel like this really needs some sound. Even just a little doot when I click on the planet would help a lot, I feel like. Maybe we will do that right now. Well, I gotta end stream because it's like been going for 4 hours. Finishing the raid was the worst thing in the world. It took almost 8 to 9 hours to finish the raid because people kept throwing bean jokes. Yeah. That's why I don't really play a lot of like games like that, like multiplayer MMO kind of like where you have to play with other people. Because I hate like randos are just the worst. I do really enjoy multiplayer games, but basically only with friends. I hate cooperative stuff with random people. It's just a nightmare. I've always hated that with World of Warcraft, trying to do like the raids and stuff. And then you mess up or something and everyone's like, you know, screw you, dude, you ruined everything. And it's just like, man, why am I even playing this game? if I'm just gonna be attacked. I like single player because it doesn't matter how well I do and stuff, you know what I mean? I mean, it has its time and place. Sometimes I enjoy some CS2. But even then, I honestly like Wingman a lot more than comp. Because you're able to like... I don't know, it's just more fun to me. It's not this whole big thing that you have to manage. I just like how straightforward Wingman is. It's you and your friend, and you have to communicate with each other and stuff. I've always enjoyed it way more. But yeah. Let's see if we can do a super quick debloop. Let's go into the actual planets. So what is this? This is, I don't have Viridian here. Turia? Planet button. And I'm gonna have to do this code, or this stuff procedurally. Oh, actually, I already have an audio player for that, so you know what? It's actually really easy. Star launcher button, and then we just connect up whenever it's been pressed. Because I think we have a signal for that, right? Maybe not. HUD mouse entered. On select, this is what I want. I'm just gonna say mod API.play UI click. Check it out, guys. Whoa. And then maybe when we click off of it, it just does an even tinier sound. Ah, I zoomed in. Like on reset. You can say play UI click light. Self. I'll check it. So let's snooze those ads. I can't even hear it. Is it making a noise? Maybe reset is not the function I'm thinking of. It's hard being a solo player in Destiny 2 because like the raids and dungeons are the best part of the game because the spectacle. Yeah, I totally feel that. Yeah, I don't know. I tried to get into Destiny. I really like. I couldn't do it though. I don't know, man. I honestly, I'll be honest. Whenever like I play a game in that way of like along for the ride because they're like playing with somebody else that's already completely mastered and know the ins and out of everything. To me, it's like overwhelming. I can't like, it's not like I'm processing what's actually going on, if that makes sense. It's just too much. It was like that when I did the multiplayer Elden Ring and stuff. I just think it's not the play for me. Like, if I'm gonna play a game like that, I either need to join in on it super early on when everybody doesn't know what they're doing, or like, I don't know. It just needs to be the right kind of game that's like still, I don't know, fun for people that know it well and don't know it well. That's why I think some games like Peak are really fun for multiplayer, because no matter how good you get at the game, there's still a lot of unpredictability. And I think that just inherently makes it way more fun to play with people that have played before. But I never want to touch Vault of Glass ever again. Oh my god, yeah. That was a nightmare, dude. All of it was a nightmare. Why does this not play the sound? Figure this out. It should be playing another sound when I click off of it. Okay, but that's the wrong thing, I guess. What is the function I have for unselecting? Because I have select. I guess when I play Heidel, oh, that's tooltips. Unhighlight, I don't know. Speaking of cheese, no way. That's crazy. Let's focus. I don't know, I guess we only really need the one. Okay, anyways, so we still get that bug where if I do this, click on it, then unclick it, that's where the thing stays up. So I want to see if I can fix that really quick. Give me 1 second. To be fair, I kept trying to cheese the boss. I mean, it's true, but it sucked so bad I didn't even want to not cheese the boss. You know what I mean? I gamer my head off into Minecraft it up. Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, I think I saw. Didn't you do like a big batch of? I went onto your server for a minute. You're doing Minecraft Through the Ages, I think, right? Was it in Ship's Bill? Yeah, let's go. I do really want to play that again sometime because there's been a lot of updates since last time. Or no, I'm thinking of Better Than Adventure. But yeah, anyways, that's still cool though. Yeah, this is, now it's 1.73. I need to know what all the new things are on this. Yeah, Through the Ages, that's cool. That would definitely be a fun thing to do as like a content creation thing, you know? So see if you have time to hop into VC and show you what I've done. Yeah, I'm totally down. Just let me know when you're free. So yeah, I'll probably be eating some pizza, but I'm down to right after. So alrighty, thanks for coming in, Season. Have fun with your Minecraft. I think we're also I'm gonna end stream right now. Let's snooze the ad because we've been going for a while. But anyways, thank you gamers for coming in. I appreciate it. My hair is flying everywhere. My hair's gotten long. It used to be buzz cut. Now it's not anymore. It's pretty crazy how that happens. So let me get some. I wish teleportation was real. Imagine how epic it would be if we could teleport things, dude. Oh my god. It'd be wild. Let me cut it. It's probably already pre-cut, unfortunately. Anyways, let's go find somebody to raid. Yeah, I fixed a bunch of bugs today. I know it was kind of boring stuff. We just optimized and fixed issues, but these are things that I think are important. I want to, as we get closer and closer, I mean, it's the 13th. The update comes out the 18th. I'm going to be spending less time on big content stuff and more time on making things feel good to interact with and not crash. Because that matters more at the end of the day. But yeah. Let's see, it'd be a problem. He's working on that the 3D robot shooter game, which is pretty cool. We can raid into there. I usually never catch him in time because I'm always like, I usually stream earlier. Do Godot items in the world all have unique IDs? Godot items. Like in Starground? Or scenes? Or like, what are you talking about? I'm gonna get this raid going. I'll wait for the question for another time. That's all good. I presume you're talking about like scenes having unique IDs, or like just any object that gets instantiated. I think they do under the system. I think they have, yeah, UIDs, unique identifiers. I honestly haven't really ever accessed them before, because usually the way that you like reference objects like that is typically through groups. I feel like groups are much more user-friendly to access and use. So that's kind of a better way to do it, in my opinion, but you probably could mess with UIDs. The only issue is I don't know if they're always unique, and obviously they change every time and stuff, and I don't think you can set them. So it's really only just a per session thing. I don't think you can save the ID and then load it back in as the same ID. It's like more of an engine thing. So I don't know. If there's something like that, you need a unique ID for just on a per session basis, and you don't ever need to save that information. It could be a good way of like, you know, I don't know, having a unique list of things. But yeah, we can go into that next stream. I'll write it down, or just come in and remind me, and we can go through the documentation stuff and figure it out. Anyways, guys, thank you for coming into the stream. We're gonna go raid Be a Problem. He's working on a 3D robot shooter game. It looks pretty epic. It looks like he's done some shader stuff since we've gone in. There's like some cool visuals, so excited to see what that's all about. But yeah, thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Sorry we didn't do a bunch of fun stuff, but it's okay. We'll do fun stuff another time. After 0.15 is out, that's when the fun stuff begins. Well, I'm assuming there will probably be a couple bugs to fix, but hopefully there's not. Hopefully everything runs okay and nobody has issues. I'm going to be putting up another update to the experimental branch tonight, so be on the lookout. I'll put up a post about it on Discord, but I'll be in the server when you're free. Cool, sounds good. I'll let you know what's going on. Bye, everybody. See you all guys next tomorrow, 3:30 MST. Feel free to join the Discord. Grab Starground on Steam. Wait until the 18th, though. It's going to be on sale. Don't waste your money. All right, bye, everybody. Bye-bye.